What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, August 25th, 2025. Most importantly, it is game week. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours on today's show. Oh, yeah, plenty of Texas-Ohio State conversation as we sit just 5 days away from kickoff of the 2025 Longhorn football season. We'll talk about that game. We'll preview some of the other big matchups coming up in week one. Of course, we got to recap week 0. We had a few college football games over the weekend. We'll give our thoughts on Farmageddon, some of the other action from Saturday. We've got some NFL to dive into. We've got some Major League Baseball to get into. And we've got a Southern California man arrested for something incredibly creepy, plus a little golf conversation as well. We are locked and we are loaded and we are ready to roll as we kick off another Texas Longhorn football season. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. We appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. Happy game week, my man. How are you today?
Yes, indeed. Game week number 60 for me.
60?
Yes, I'm counting my Pop Warner days.
So since you got into the game of football,
yes,
this is your 60th opening game week. I love it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Since I was a Bethlehem Raider.
Oh, that was the team, huh?
That was the team. Yes, indeed.
I like that. 60 years. You just celebrated your 70th birthday. That's a milestone. You just celebrated 25 years of sobriety. That's another milestone. And now we're on year 60 of football. That's big time stuff right there. It's a banner year for you, sir.
I'm older than Sports Day or Sports Center or whatever. I'm older than all that shit. Yes.
You're not older than Lee Corso, who will be making his final headgear pick this weekend.
I'm not older than that dude.
That guy's in his 90s. You're good on that. He's got you beat by a couple of decades.
Yeah, man. That guy's a hardworking. He really wants it bad.
Oh, I'm fascinated to see who he picks this weekend.
I got a feeling it's going to be the Horns.
You know, it's interesting, right? Like, does he go out with one final bold upset pick? He's made a lot of those over the years. But also, I saw that his first ever headgear pick was Ohio State. It was like some Ohio State-Penn State game back in the 80s, and the first mascot head he ever put on was the Brutus Buckeye head.
Brutus Buckeye thing.
So does he go full circle? Does he start and end his career with an Ohio State pick, or does he go with the big-time upset and take the Longhorns one final time? It's going to be fun to watch this weekend.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's I know as time went on, I mean, after I think he had suffered a mild stroke, he still tried to hang in there and get things done. And I mean, he's just such a character. He really is. I know people won't miss him, people that have grown into him and out of him in a hurry, and gotten some other, now they put celebrities up there. And it's not the same to me, but I guess some of the celebrities some of them are fun, who are really into sports. Some of them who aren't into sports but Corso, I mean, the guy coached the game. He's just a character for what college football is all about.
Yeah, agreed. I think Lee Corso is a legend. I mean, these last few years have been pretty rough, and
sure,
part of me wonders if someone at ESPN should have stepped in and asked Lee Corso to leave. They have kind of cut his workload a lot. Like, he's only on a couple of segments a show. And that's kind of been the case for the last couple of years. So they've sort of phased him out. But, yeah, look, it's a hell of a run. I mean, the guy worked into his 90s, and he's meant so much to the game of college football, and he's been a big part of the growth of this sport. So, yeah, I think most of the thoughts on Lee Corso are pretty positive. And I think, look, people would be locked into game day for a million other reasons. The first one of the year, Texas, Ohio State. This, that, and the other. But because it's Corso's last ever show, I think the ratings are going to be pretty solid for the four-letter network this Saturday.
No doubt. No doubt.
So it'll be fun. And the The all-time record, by the way, for Lee Corso's headgear picks, 286 wins, 144 losses.
It's getting close to my legendary picks.
So you want them on your side. You know what? I owe you an apology, but I'm going to make it right, okay? I texted you Friday morning. You weren't on the show on Friday, but I texted you to ask if you had any Gold Star locks for the people.
And it took me a little bit to get that to you, too.
It did, but you texted me before the show was over, and I didn't see the text in time to announce to the people. But we have it on the record. It's documented on my phone that you have 50,000 units on the Iowa State Cyclones, getting 3 points in Farmageddon.
Getting three.
Not only did they cover, but they won the game outright. We'll talk about it in a moment, but you texted me on time, and I apologize. Really, I owe the people an apology because they could have made some money.
You owe them 50 grand.
So that's on me right there, people. I apologize for that.
Bob is not going to be happy with you.
I figured you would text your buddy Bob, your imaginary friend. You guys hang out all the time. You're not going to tell him your own picks?
No, I told him that earlier in the week. He was good.
Yeah, there you go. But congrats to you. What a start to the season. You were up 50,000 units after week 0. We haven't even started week 1 yet, and you're already up 50K. Well done.
So I didn't want to waste any of those great picks on the preseason NFL games. That would have been awful.
Well, if you got them wrong, it would have been awful. If you got them right, you'd be up.
Let me tell you, and I would have, and the way I looked at them right now, I would have got a bunch of them wrong.
Yeah, it's tough to bet on the NFL preseason.
Oh my God, that is the toughest.
Yeah, now the real thing is here. You got real college football underway, and then the real NFL starts next Thursday. So no more excuses out of you. But you did end the year up 200,000 units. So there's your tip for kids. I know we do that on Tuesday, and you'll give a real one tomorrow. But last year, tailing the buck was a good strategy. And for those of you who did side with the buck last season, look, you had a rocky start, but if you stayed the course, you ended up a lot of money. And this year, again, picking up right where he left off with a nice 50K winner in week 0. So maybe pay attention to what the buck going into year 60 of his football life has to say.
Pay attention to that Clemson pick here coming up.
Oh, yeah, you've been high on Clemson all off season long. You got that big game against LSU coming up this weekend. Clemson a 4-point favorite right now. Leaning
Nobody's
those Tigers.
Oh, no. Sorry about that, Tigers.
Well, they're both Tigers. You could be sorry to one, but happy to another.
This group's gonna roll down that hill and put it on LSU. This is kind of the beginning of the end for the guy at LSU.
Dude, I know only Dabo Sweeney and the home team runs down the hill after touching Howard's Rock at Clemson, but I would love to watch Brian Kelly try to maneuver that hill. I feel like that guy would eat shit if he tried.
Oh my God. Out the third step in.
Yeah.
Three steps down.
Down he goes, and then he's rolling like Limp Bizkit down to the bottom.
Get Nussmeier to ride his bag down like a sled.
Yeah, that'd be a sight to see for sure.
Yeah, they need to have that game, LSU, but I don't think they're going to get it.
Big one. Yeah, Brian Kelly trying to win his first ever week 1 game as the head coach of LSU. The Tigers haven't won a season opener since 2019, before COVID. Obviously, the year they won every game and won the national championship. But, yeah, it's a big one. That is, when you've got that drought going in season openers, that is a tough one to open up with on the road at top 5 Clemson.
Man.
There's a bunch of great games this weekend, but there's 3 top 10 matchups. Obviously, first, you've got Texas, Ohio State, 11 o'clock Central Time. And Saturday night, you've got the LSU Clemson game. And then Sunday night, you've got Notre Dame at Miami. Of course, Labor Day weekend and no NFL, so college is taking advantage of those things. And, yeah, that's your 3rd top 10 matchup. So look, we're always happy when the season rolls around, but this one's a little bit more special, Buck.
Well, it's really special because North Carolina will be playing on that Monday night, right?
Yeah, Bill Belichick will open up the year against TCU. That's your Labor Day game Monday night.
That's a very interesting game. That's one of those. I'd like to put coin on that. That's an interesting tilt right there for both teams, as a matter of fact. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you so very much for the great job that you do. We do appreciate it. Thank you to your families for sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there.
Yeah, that Monday night tilt, trying to get a line for that TCU at North Carolina game. But look, it's a standalone game, so people are going to be watching anyways. But obviously, Bill Belichick making his debut as a college football head coach will have the eyes of the country locked in on Chapel Hill.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning TCU so far.
TCU is a 3-point road favorite as of right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning their way right now. They got some guys they got some really good athletes on their team.
Yeah, that game is 7 days from now, so you don't have to make your pick for that one.
Yeah, I got to wait till Ann Hudson gets them all together.
Ann Hudson, the local Case DJ here.
No, is it what's his white girlfriend's name? Fiance?
No, Jordan Hudson.
Oh, Jordan Hudson. Yeah, I got to wait to see what her pregame speech is going to be like, I guess.
We haven't heard from her in a while.
It's very quiet there, I'm telling you. That guy's just going to coach him up, but I don't know if that's going to be good enough in year one.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest storylines going into the 2025 season. There are a lot of them, and thank God football is back. Buck, any week 0 takeaways from you? Again, you were dead on. You had you had Iowa State this past weekend. Not only do they cover, but they beat Kansas State 24-21. That was the biggest game. That was your lone ranked matchup.
Yeah, I wish I'd have known about the Jayhawks. I would have taken them. I like the way their quarterback is now not worried about his draft status. He's healthy, and they look pretty good. That team is going to be right in the thick of things in the Big 12. Big 12 is kind of, speaking of wide open, there's some good teams, not great teams, but really good teams that can win the Big 12 this year. They all look pretty decent.
I'll tell you what.
And Kansas, I thought their quarterback looked fantastic.
I did too. Yeah, Jalen Daniels was really good for Kansas. The Jayhawks blew out Fresno State 31-7, the final score on Saturday night. Game was 7-7 in the first quarter, and then it was all KU after that. But Jalen Daniels, 3 passing touchdowns, 0 turnovers. That's the key for him. He's an electric player. He can run. He's got really good arm talent. When he's on, he's one of the toughest players to stop in America. When he's off, he's turning the ball over a lot, and he's a huge liability for Kansas. So last year,
he stayed healthy.
Down year for him. Yeah, last year was a down year for him. He dealt with a couple of injuries, and when he was on the field, again, he was just giving the ball away way too often. But the 2 big things for him, you're right. Number 1, staying healthy. He did that. First test passed. Number 2, not turning the ball over. He did that as well. So, yeah, an impressive showing by Kansas. They won, and they covered that game pretty easily on Saturday.
No, it's not like he had been mentally, his mind after the injury was, how quick can I get back? What's going to be he worried so much about draft status and what they thought about him in the NFL. And he said, you know what? I'm just lucky to just be playing, with the injuries that I've had and the way I played. He said, I'm just going to go play football and not worry about all that stuff. The wins will take care of themselves, and me not turning the ball over and me staying healthy. I'm a good enough athlete. Plus, that dude can play multiple positions. He just looks like a fantastic athlete.
Yeah, he is. He's in year 6 of college football. So he's been around the block, and, he should be more mature, and he's got the experience. And I'm not quite sure what to make of Kansas football this year. I think they'll be solid. I think they'll make a bowl game, which I'm still having a hard time thinking that that's true, considering how bad they were for so long. I don't know, though. They look the part. They look legit, and the Big 12 feels wide open. Like, Buck, watching that Iowa State-Kansas State game, I felt like the biggest winner of that game was every other team in the Big 12.
Absolutely.
I thought both of those teams looked terrible. Now, the fourth quarter was good. Like, things really picked up late in the third and in the fourth quarter. But for, like, the first, 42, 43 minutes of that game, it was sloppy. Maybe the weather had a factor.
Yeah, I thought the weather had a lot to do with it. I think travel, the weather, I know you're there already for a couple of days. Should be used to it by then. It looked messy. They had to come back and put the lines back on the field at halftime and stuff. The lines didn't stick. They didn't have the right paint over in Ireland or whatever the hell it was they were trying to do with the lines and stuff. It just looked discombobulated, the whole thing. But I thought when Iowa State, when their quarterback's good. Beck's been around
Yeah.
for a while. I thought he started to settle in a little bit, and they did some of the things. They still play pretty good defense, but
Yeah.
they don't look like both teams look like somebody else in the Big 12 can get them on any given weekend.
And those are two of the favorites. I think
I
K-State
know.
was the favorite in the conference. Iowa State played for the conference title last year, and they're always kind of in the mix under Matt Campbell. And you might be right. Look, it's week 0, right? I think every coach is worried about sloppiness in his team's first game of the season. Obviously, those two teams had 1 week less to prepare than everybody else in college football. And you throw the travel in there, you throw the weather in there. It was rainy at times. The field conditions weren't great. So maybe you just chalk it all up to that. But, boy, those did not look like two college football playoff contenders to me in that game.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at the Big 12, I'm thinking, for the team that we saw in Arizona State last year who won it, looks like they can come back there and repeat again. They'll have enough players. They'll have their quarterback back. Their wide receiver will be back. They won't have Scatterboo, but they'll have enough players defensively to come back there and defend their Big 12. They'll be right in the thick of things too.
Yeah, I think so. Trying to predict the Big 12 is like trying to predict what college football is going to look like in 5 years. Like you just can't. I mean, Arizona State was picked to finish last year, and they won the conference and played in the college football playoff. So I don't know if that's going to happen again. But, yeah, I think you could make a legitimate case. Like in the SEC, to me, there are 4 teams that can win the conference, and that feels more than in most years. But to me, like Texas, Georgia, Alabama, and LSU are in their own tier. In the Big 12, I think you could make a case for like 8 or 9 teams that like have a legitimate shot to win this league. It's not because they're all so good. It's because I don't think anybody is that good. Like I think the highest Vegas over-under for the Big 12 this year is like 8.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
They're not expected to have a dominant team at all. And again, 2 of the favorites were playing on Saturday. They didn't look anything close to dominant.
Yeah, I mean, teams like Baylor are going to be in it. If they get off to a good start beating Auburn, that can get them right in the thick of things in the Big 12. As you said, K-State, Iowa State, they'll both be hanging around. Kansas will be hanging around. Texas Tech will be hanging around. TCU, depending on how they look on Monday. I mean, they're all right there. Like you said, there's like 7 or 8 teams that can win that conference. But nobody's going undefeated. I guarantee you that in that deal. Because none of them are. There's no superior team in that conference.
Yeah, if someone goes 10-2, I'd be a little surprised, honestly.
Yeah, I would too.
That could be a 9-3 wins the Big 12, and obviously conference standings are what matter more than anything else. But yeah, nice win for Iowa State. They've had the better of Kansas State in that rivalry in recent years. That's a good win for them. They all count the same. They can look sloppy, but it's 1-0 in the overall standings and 1-0 in the conference standings as Iowa State tries to get back to Arlington.
Yeah, Iowa State misses Iowa State on dry land. If they're playing teams on dry land without the 2 wide receivers that just went to the NFL, that's going to be a problem for them, I believe. They miss their wide receivers. They can throw all day long to their 6'12" tight ends all day long, but they're going to need some wideouts, and I don't think they have that this year.
Now they have like 4 or 5 big white tight ends again this season. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
They just grow on trees up in Ames, Iowa. But yeah, that's the big question for Iowa State. No Higgins, no Knoll, who are both with the Houston Texans. Not only are they both in the league, they both got drafted by the same team. Texans fans will get to watch them all year long, and both of them have looked pretty damn good in camp and in preseason. But yeah, Iowa State, I mean, everyone's got questions in the Big 12, and I think we saw some of those questions pop up. The way the game started, Buck, Iowa State gets the ball first. They go 3 and out. They punt it. K-State muffs the punt. Iowa State gets the ball inside the 10-yard line. They fumble it and give it right back to K-State. It was just, you get the Benny Hill circus theme going there.
Yeah, and then, K-State loses as one of its best players on that punt return. He's done. I'm looking, first thing I heard was, no, they got to have him. And that dude never came back in the game.
Never came back in the game. Yeah, that was a big loss for them. So there's your Farmageddon. I don't know. Did you catch any Stanford, Hawaii? We won't spend much time on that.
No, I didn't. That was the only game I watched. And I watched some of the Kansas game. And some of the Kansas game. Like I said, I thought Kansas looked pretty sharp. If their quarterback's sharp, they're good enough.
Yeah, Yeah. I mean, they lost a lot from last year's team, but Jalen Daniels, if he plays like he did on Saturday, they've got a shot to
Oh, yeah.
make. And they have an interesting game. They actually play Mizzou. They're bringing back the border war this year.
Wow.
That game's at Mizzou. It's either week 2 or week 3. I can't remember when it is, but like that's obviously a good test for Kansas to see, not a conference game, but to see what kind of team that they are this year. So that'll be one worth watching for sure. Stanford lost to Hawaii on the island.
Oh, boy.
Not a great start to the Frank Reich era. Now, I did see that Stanford actually closed as an underdog in that game, which makes the loss maybe a little more stomachable, but also kind of tells you how far Stanford football has fallen in recent years. But they got walked off by Hawaii Saturday night. Not ideal. You got Andrew Luck in charge now with Frank Reich as the head coach. And, Stanford's got to play BYU, SMU, Miami, Notre Dame. They've got a lot tougher games ahead than the Warriors of Hawaii. I don't know if they're the Rainbow Warriors, Buck. I think we canceled the rainbow part. I think they're just the Warriors now.
Are they?
I think they're just Warriors now. Yeah, I don't know. Someone got offended, so we had to drop the rainbow part, I guess.
We dumped the rainbow on those dudes?
Dump the rainbow on those dudes.
We'll be dumping Lucky Charms next.
Ducking Lucky Charms next. Yep, absolutely. So there's your week 0 recap. But week 1 gets going on Thursday. You got like 20-something games on Thursday. One ranked team is playing. It's Boise State. They're at South Florida, 4:30 on Thursday, 4:30 our time. It's very weird. And then you've got a few other games. Missouri's the only SEC team playing on Thursday. You've got Nebraska at Cincinnati, which is kind of interesting.
You know who I did catch I caught some of Sam Houston playing.
Oh, against Western Kentucky.
Dude, Sam, there are people who were telling me before this started, look out for Sam Houston on your schedule. No. Who do they think they are? Texas State? They're no Texas State.
Who was telling you that? The ghost of Sam Houston himself?
Yeah, he must have been whispering that in my ear in my sleep. They're not good. And someone kept saying, they got a returning quarterback. I'm like, so what? I watched them play. Oh, my goodness.
They were right there with Western Kentucky for like the first 3 quarters of that game, and then it kind of got away from them late. So, yeah, they ended up getting crushed 41-24.
Either one of them on any given Saturday.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about Sam Houston. I think Texas will be fine in that matchup. They're going to need that giant Sam Houston statue out there to have a chance in that game.
Oh, my goodness.
Against Texas. But, that was one of the games that happened. Texas and Sam Houston have played one time before. It was in 2006. Texas won that game 56-3.
Yeah, that's one of those games like when Texas plays Rice, and you just worried about how many kids are going to get carted off the field and what's going to happen to the program of Sam Houston,
Yeah. I don't know
that game, it's like how many guys are going to get carted off? Yeah.
That should be a pretty easy one for Texas. So
yes,
and they have a bye after that, so there's no like overlook spot for the Longhorns there either. So yeah, Sam Houston. Thank you for scouting the Bearcats of Sam Houston. Most people are focused on Ohio State, but I like that. That's the kind of pro that you are. That you're locked in.
Well, I wanted to make sure that they didn't. That's one that they didn't overlook.
Yeah, locked in on the week 4 opponent. You're not overlooking them. Somebody else might be, but not you, sir.
No,
not you.
Like I said, it'd be different if it was Texas State. I'd be down there looking. I'd be sitting in Bobcat Stadium watching their practices.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. That's next year. Texas will open up the 2026 season against Texas State.
Oh, my. Boy. I got a whole year to worry about that game.
Yeah, and then Ohio State will come to town for the return trip. But obviously, the first matchup in this home-and-home series is this Saturday. And, Buck, the line keeps going down. As of this morning, Ohio State is only a 1.5-point favorite. This line opened up at Ohio State -3. It went to 2.5 pretty quickly. Last week, I saw it go down to 2. And as of yesterday, and I just double-checked this morning right before we got on the show, It's down to 1.5. So the
I like
money
that.
is
They
coming in.
announced who the starting quarterback's going to be, and now the line is going down. The hell is that telling you?
Honestly, it kind of did. Like, it was at 2.5. I think everybody
Yes.
knew that Julian Sand was going to win that job. I didn't think it was a real competition, honestly. But to me, it wasn't a surprise that Julian Sand got the official nod from Ryan Day. But yeah, since then, I don't know what else has really changed in this matchup. But since
Nothing,
then,
just the announcement of him being the starter.
yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Vegas is letting you know. Vegas is letting you know that Ryan Day might have made a mistake.
Well, I would have preferred Lincoln Kineholtz to have gotten the nod because I just don't think he's as good as Julian Sand. But I say I don't think because I don't know. I mean, Julian Sand has never started a game in his college career. So everyone's talking about the inexperience of Arch Manning. Well, Arch has started a couple of games and he's thrown 90 passes in his college career. Julian Sand not. So that's maybe that's why the money is coming in on Texas is people are looking at the quarterback situations here and saying, well, the Longhorns have the Heisman favorite, and Ohio State has a guy who has yet to start a game in college. So we'll side with the Horns here.
Yeah, yeah. Some of these early games, BK, we're going to find out about teams like Ohio State, Texas, Notre Dame on the road. I mean, those first games, it's for the teams that are, I'm not going to say less talented, but it's for the underdogs. Those are those opportunities that you're not, that first impression. Once again, you never get a second chance. Game one, get them while they're not hot. You know what I'm saying? Those are the ones where you get guys making mistakes. So if you're close, if you're not, 25, 30-point dog, you're a 3-point dog or whatever. This is where you can make some hay in college football is game number one with these kind of games. Same thing for LSU to me with Clemson. If you're going to get them now because those teams you're playing are you're going to get better, but so are the teams that you're playing. So when you're playing a quality team, I don't expect in week 2 those quality teams to be making the same kind of goofy mistakes they make in one. I'm still trying to figure out for the Horns how many illegal procedures they're going to have.
Yeah.
In game one.
That's the thing. Like Steve Sarkisian talked about it last week. Like he really wants to clean up some of the sloppiness. And he said that ball security and penalties are 2 things that he wants his team to work on by week 1. I think that was kind of my overarching takeaway from week 0 and like the one game that people were actually paying attention to. Sloppiness, penalties, turnovers. It was ugly. And that stuff cost Kansas State on Saturday. And I think a lot of coaches around the country were watching that game and they're like, oh shit, we got to make sure that that's not us. Obviously, when you're talking about playing on the road in that environment against that team, yeah, they've got a lot to replace, but they're not replacing those draft picks with a bunch of scrubs. They're replacing them with 4 and 5 stars who are going to be really good. Like, you cannot have those crucial back-breaking mistakes that cost your team like that.
No, you can't be. Your down and distance will be important. You can't be in third and 12, third and 9. I mean, you need some 3rd and 2s and things like that. You got to keep the chains moving, keep possession of the ball. Don't give them opportunities. In my mind, early for on a Monday before this game's even start, I think Texas will win because of special teams. I'm going to put a lot on their special teams. I know the quarterback, we're talking about how, this is going to be his first start. A lot of things can happen good and bad for him. And they've got a lot of quality players at the university. But I'm going to put it on the special teams. It's going to be one of the reasons they win this football game on Saturday. Their special teams is going to be better than Ohio State's. And that's going to be just enough edge in a game like that to get them at least a 10-point win.
That would be nice. Hold on here. At least a 10-point win.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not taking Texas to just cover the spread. I think they're going to win by double digits.
How about that? So that'd be 3 years in a row where Texas goes on the road against a blue blood program and not only wins, but wins by double digits. They did it at Alabama and Nick Saban's last year. They did it last year at Michigan. Now you're predicting it's going to happen this year in Columbus.
And I think the main factor will be the special teams. We talked about, we've been talking about it, but not really talking about it. We talk about how it's got to be better. I think they've got more such an emphasis on it that I think it's going to be really, really good, the special teams.
That's got to be. Yeah, I mean, that's also a little surprising to hear because of how bad Texas's special teams were last year. Now, I agree with you. I think they're going to be much improved this year, but saying that's going to be the biggest reason why Texas wins this game on Saturday, that's a serious vote of confidence in your transfer kicker and transfer punter that you've never seen before at Texas.
Yeah, and more so with the punter, getting them out of some, and not getting them out of holes, but putting their offense in bad field position that they've got to go the length of the field with his punting and let this defense get out there and make their quarterback make a bunch of mistakes and turnovers. And I think the kicker will be solid. I think when they talk about going after some punts, I love when you go after punts on the road. You know, that's somewhat demoralizing in front of your home fans is to have a punt block. That's the best one. That's the kick to the nuts early right there. And I think the special teams will be special. They missed that last year. That was missing from their repertoire of all the good stuff that they did. I think that gets turned around this season.
Yeah, it was horrible last year. I mean, it was.
I guess it wasn't just okay. It was horrible. You're right.
It was horrible. I mean, your kicker made like 65% of his field goals. Your punter was not good. You didn't have any blocked kicks for the first time in the Steve Sarkisian era. I mean, even in 2021,
had returns with penalties.
There was nothing like Silas Bolden was a solid. He was an above-average punt returner. I'll give Silas Bolden his flowers. Like he was very good at his job. But outside of him, the kicking game, the punting game, the gunners, the blockers on the return game, like it was all bad. It was all unacceptably bad, and that was different. So, I think I think three reasons why the special teams will be better this year. Number one, it can't be as bad as it was last year. Number two, you look at Jeff Banks' track record and what he did the first 3 years he was at Texas, where Texas had one of the best special teams units in America. Even when they weren't winning a ton of games in years 1 and 2, they were still really good at that third phase. And then number three, the personnel changes. Like Texas has a ton of athletes. They're always going to have returners.
That's right.
You go out and get a kicker who's 31 of 35 in his college career. You go out and get a punter who's averaged just shy of 45 yards per punt in his college career. Like all of those things leads you to believe that group should be a lot better. And I mean, in a close game like this, Buck, it's that third facet. Look, when you're talking about Texas Sam Houston, you're not going to be paying too much to special teams. But when you're talking about a game like this, that could be the difference in a week 1 win and a week 1 loss.
Yeah, like I said, I think this punter will put that Ohio State offense in some bad spots because of his punting and make them go to length of the field, which means more plays for them to screw up with this defense after him. So I like that they're not – hopefully they won't have balls shanked off his leg and getting the ball at the 35 going in. You know, those kind of things. I love when you have to see a team go to length of the field because your punter has put him in – has knocked the ball out at the 6 or whatever. Now the real pressure is on their offense. So I think that will lend – I'm saying, 6 to 7 to 10 points just on special teams alone, I think. Because they got to go. I think Jeff Banks goes after a punt.
About this?
No, he's not going to get punked on fake punts this year.
Not fool me once,
not fool me twice, not fool me 3 times, not fool me 4 times. Somebody's going to try it, but they're going to be ready for it. Because you got to try it. You'd be dumb if you're the opposing team not to try.
The way Texas was defending those last year, you absolutely have to try one. I wouldn't be surprised if the Buckeyes try one this Saturday.
Oh, no, they're not going to do it in game 1. Everybody's going to be aware of that in game 1. They're not going to do it.
Hey, if Ohio State's offense is really struggling and they feel like they need a bit of a spark, I mean, look, Georgia did it in the SEC championship game. That was for a championship, and they called it. Their offense was sputtering. They needed something. They called a fake punt, and it worked. So they
must have hired at least somebody on that staff, to get the extra 15,000 coaches that they have to say fake punt, fake on 4th down. Maybe they won't get any returns because they're going to be worried so much about the fake.
They should have hired you to do that.
We're running up and down the sideline. Yeah. No.
I like that call though, man. Like Jeff Banks told everybody 2 weeks ago that he thinks this unit is going to be more of a pressure unit this year. He's like, last year we focused more on returning punts. This year we're more of a pressure unit. Look, last year they weren't great at either, to be honest with you.
No.
I mean, Silas Bolden did have a punt return touchdown, which was great. It didn't happen until the second to last game of the year against Arizona State. Now, Texas needed it, and you never complain about a punt return touchdown, but it's not like they were making a bunch of explosive plays in the return game, and they didn't do anything in terms of pressure. So hopefully they get, hey, if he says they're going to be a pressure unit, that means you should expect a block or two this season, right?
Yeah, I mean, just you don't always have to block them. You can pressure them to make them a little fidgety with the ball back there. So,
yeah, that works too. I'll take that. I'll take that. A shank is never a bad thing when it's the other team doing it.
absolutely.
So, all right, we'll keep diving in. Plenty more Texas, Ohio State, a lot to get into. I got a few more thoughts from some research I did over the weekend. Obviously, we're going to hit him from every angle as we get closer and closer to kickoff, which is now just 5 days away. But before we dive back into this one, how about we dive into our first round of sponsor shoutouts?
Some of our friends over at Daymaker Half Day Cafe. Check it out, folks. If you want to have a great breakfast, Migas Verdes or the Daymaker Classic, that's what I had the last time I was there. Head on over to Daymakers right there. Right beside the old Salt Trader, right beside Salt Traders right there on Mopac, the old IHOP building. Jack Gilmore has gathered a group there that has a fantastic breakfast. And if you're interested in some great bacon, some obviously scrambled eggs, the whole works, maple bacon fritters, PK. How about maple bacon fritters? You love all that kind of stuff. Biscuits and gravy, they've got it. But their menu is you can have lunch at breakfast. If you want to have the burger, the smash burger at 7 a.m., you can have that. By the way, nobody's stopping you from having a mimosa or a shot of Jack. That's on you. That ain't on me. That's on you. So if you want to have a nice drink to start out your last Monday when I went, people were getting their drink on at like 9 o'clock, 9:30. Hey, you got to drink it sometime. Hey, if you're going to get a buzz on, you got to start it sometime. So they were starting it early over at Daymaker Cafe. I love it. It is a fantastic place. The food is fabulous. You know, they're not cooking in a bunch of bad oils. They're doing it the right way. Of course, it's part of the Jack Gilmore's product, so you know it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And if you haven't been there yet, I suggest you go over there. Get those classic buttermilk stacked pancakes. You know, I'm into pancakes. Never really got into them now. I'm into pancakes. I'm going this week, and the big man's going to put on a couple pounds, having this couple stacks of pancakes over at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe, folks.
Love that. Shout out to them. And you know what they say, kids, you can't be drunk all day if you don't start in the morning. So go ahead.
Good thing that they're in school already.
I hope so for their sake. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. If you want to upgrade your home this football season, maybe you're remodeling your kitchen, maybe you're renovating a bathroom, maybe you have a growing family and you need to add on to your home. It's a crazy market and you don't want to buy or sell right now. It's a mess. Well, upgrade your current spot. You can do that with McCall Custom Homes. They're the best in the business, and they've been in business here in Central Texas for 40 years. That's right. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is right here in the Austin area, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their hundreds of 5-star reviews online. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They will take care of you and your home. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or give them a call or a text. 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Folks, if you're coming into town for a game or if you just want to get a staycation, get away for a little bit, Horseshoe Bay Resorts is the place to go. I played golf there on Thursday, BK, and I'll just say this. What a fabulous place. I played at their exclusive club at Summit Rock. I don't understand why these people want me to bring the Texas Cheaters with me because the boss, the owner of Horseshoe Bay Resorts, got me two foursomes and paid for everything. Paid for lunch and all the drinks of whatever those guys wanted to drink. So can you imagine those dudes on a free pass at Horseshoe Bay? But they've got everything that you want. They got 4 great golf courses, including Summit Rock, and they've had the amenities at their hotels and villas there that you can't beat it. So if you're coming to town, you're going to be staying for a while for a game, say on a Thursday, make a reservation at Horseshoe Bay Resorts and spend some time out there. Nobody will be able to beat the hospitality that they have out at Horseshoe Bay. I had asked the guy, I said, when was the last time I was here at Summit Rock? I had played there when it first opened up. He said 2012. Think about time going fast. Like 13 years ago, he said, yeah, we call the clubhouse the barn. He goes, the barn is still over there. Dude, it's like a castle there, the place where they have their their clubhouse now. It was amazing. The guys, and my bums get to go a lot of places, and hang out and play at some really fine golf courses. A lot of people invite us to play because they take good care of the course. But dude, if you open up your tab to those guys, it is unbelievable. The drinks that they think of that they don't normally drink, you know what I'm saying? Normally
Sure.
it's like, oh yeah, it's like, how did you know what kind of drink that was?
If you tell anybody something is free, they're going to take advantage of it, especially an open bar. Are you kidding me?
It was amazing. What a great staff there. And they were, before we went out, telling the guys about the holes and where you want to be, where you want to hit the ball. But what a quality group out there. Like I say, if you're coming into town and you want to spend some time, you're going to a Texas game or you're going to be visiting Austin, that is the place that you want to stay, horseshoebayresort.com. You'll love it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, let's dive back into Texas, Ohio State as we continue our countdown to kickoff on Texas Sports Unfiltered. A reminder, our pregame show will be at East Village on Palmer Lane this Saturday.
The Village.
Oh, yeah. We'll also be having a watch party there, too. So we'll be sticking around watching the Longhorns take on the Buckeyes. So if you're looking for a place to watch the season opener, come out and join us. East Village. They've got a giant outdoor space. They're going to have some massive TV screens set up with the sound on for the game. That's where we'll be hanging out. We hope to see all of you people there this weekend. Buck, the quarterbacks are dominating the chatter. That's how it works in this sport. And when you've got Arch Manning making his first start in his first year as the starter, going up against Julian Sayin making his first career start at the college level, like that adds more reason to talk about the quarterbacks. But the defenses are going to decide who wins. I mean, that was the difference in January. And I think there's a very good chance that the difference in August will be who has the better defense and which defense can step up and make the big plays. Like, Texas's defense last year was really good, right? I think we all agree with that. It wasn't as good as Ohio State's. Ohio State was first in the country in yards per game, points per game, yards per play, red zone defense. Like, they were nasty. So as great as the Longhorns were, it's the best defense we had seen around here in a while. Ohio State was better, and that defense obviously made the play at the end of the fourth quarter in January. So Ohio State lost 7 starters from last year. Texas lost 5 from last year, but the Buckeyes are still loaded. They've got Caleb Downs, who everybody knows. They've got Sonny Styles. They've got Davison Igbinosun, their cornerback, who's an all Big Ten caliber player. Like, it's pretty interesting because you're talking about 2 offensive-minded head coaches who would probably prefer the offenses on their teams to be their strengths because that's their bread and butter. But, I think the defense of both of these teams is the strength, especially early on this year. I think the defense, again, that steps up and makes that big play in the fourth quarter. That's the team that's going to end up winning this one.
Which makes it even more pressure on the offensive lines on both teams. I mean, who's going to be able to withstand what the defense is going to offer to them? How are you going to run the ball against these defenses? That's going to be key. I mean, I hope that Texas is up to the task when it comes to the offensive line. And I'm not talking about in protection. I'm talking about in the run game, being able to run the football, move the chains in the run game, get substantial yards on first down runs. You can't get stuff on first down where you have the Arch Manning's got to drop back and pass because you couldn't run it on first down. You're going to have to be able to have positions where you can run or throw on second down, I believe. And I think the advantage will come to Texas in that because if Arch Manning has an option of I can run or throw, this down and distance is just right for whatever I need to do, I think Texas will have the advantage. So I'm gonna put a lot of push on this Texas offensive line. I'm worried about the depth, but the starters, I expect them to be able to run the ball. They've got really good runners. They got sound running backs. I know people are thinking about guys getting hurt, who comes in next. We always talk about who's the next guy up. Is it going to be, Baxter, or who is the other Clark, or who are the next guys? I think the guys that start the game and the offensive line is going to be key for me. How they run the football. We've already noted, last week and the week before about what kind of average they had in big games in the run game. I think that works for both teams. with new quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think, well, here's the good news, right? Because we're trying to figure out what the new look Texas offensive line is going to look like. And I'm with you. They're a huge key to the drill on Saturday. Ohio State's biggest weakness, maybe outside of quarterback, because we just don't know who Julian Sand is yet, is their defensive line. I mean, they lost 4 starters from their D-line last year, 4 guys who were really, really good. And again, it's Ohio State, so there's talented players waiting in the wing, but their D-line, especially at defensive tackle, they've got a couple of guys who are dealing with injuries too that like should be good to go for game 1, but guys who are taking over much bigger roles who haven't been fully able to participate in fall camp up there in Columbus. Like that's, I don't know if I could say Texas has the advantage there because again, I don't know exactly what the Texas offensive line is, but the good news is like if you're a little bit worried about that group, the good news is Ohio State's defensive line has a lot of questions too because they've got a bunch of guys to replace up front.
Yeah, that's Downs and the guys in that second level and that third level back there. Yeah, that's fine in the passing game, but they're gonna play them close to the line of scrimmage. That's fine too, because once you get past them, if they don't make the play, now you're out the gate with guys like Trey Wisener, who I expect to be as good or better than he was last year. So it doesn't always have to be clean for him. I'd like to see some nice clean holes, but for that guy right there, strength-wise, their first 2 running backs are pretty powerful running backs. Texas has some pretty powerful guys that can get you extra 2 or 3 yards just on contact. So there should be better. Trey Wisener should be even better at that going into his second year as a starter. So it's not, like I said, you don't have to have these gaping holes for these guys to get through. They've done a pretty good job between the tackles, and they don't need massive holes, but sure would be nice to see one every once in a while.
Oh, for sure. Well, I think such a key, and this is kind of obvious, but I think it really rings true. Like everyone's going to be talking about Arch Manning, and he knows that. You know that. Sure. We know that. The American people know that. To quote you, he cannot try to be the hero on every play. Like he has to rely on the 10 guys around him. He's got to rely on the running game. He's got to trust his running backs. He's got to trust his receivers, his tight ends, his offense. But obviously they have to earn that trust, right? Like the running game has to get established. The guys around him have to show early on that they are up. You've spent a lot of time talking about you think Arch is going to be confident, but the other guys around him are going to have to elevate their play to match what he has. That is such a key. This cannot turn into Arch going hero ball because then, we're still talking about a young, inexperienced quarterback. He might make that back-breaking mistake. He's got to trust his other guys around him. And obviously those guys have to step up to, again, garner that trust on Saturday.
Yeah, if Arch Manning has early success, look out. That's all I have to say for that part of it. If that guy has some really early success against Ohio State in that game, I think Sark will let him loose to do whatever he needs to do. Just let him be himself and go. And they'll find ways to get him some success early in the passing game, I believe.
Yeah, I wonder, like, what type of game plan? Everyone's so excited. I mean, Patrick's already asking the question, right? Like, how many deep balls? Everyone wants to see the Arch Manning deep ball because there's no doubt he's better at that than Quinn Ewers was. And everyone loves the explosive play, right? Chicks dig the long ball. Everybody digs the long ball in football.
I think that comes with the success of the run game. I mean, if the run game is going really well early and they feel pretty confident, then you're going to get play action pass off of that where he is going to get an opportunity to throw the deep ball. And like I said, if he has some success and that kid's natural ability gets going, it could get nasty for Ohio State at home.
I'm putting you on the headset. You get to make the call here. Say Texas gets the ball first. What's your first play call? Are you running it, or are you maybe?
I'm going to run it.
Okay.
I'm going to run it, and then right after that, I'm going to play action pass. If I get 4 yards on first down run, and you're expecting me to run, okay, here they're going to run it again. They got 4 yards on us. I'm play action pass and then going after that first one. If I have success on the run game and on first down play, 4, 5, 6 yards, I don't care if it's 2nd and 3. I'm throwing the ball.
I'm pretty fascinated to see what the opening script is, and Sark's pretty good at that. So, not just play 1, but plays 1 through 10, 1 through 15, whatever they script.
I don't need a 5-yard out on play 1 for a while.
Well, you talk about like getting Arch in a rhythm, right? Every coach wants to get their quarterback in a rhythm, especially on the road against a team like this. So, do you see a lot of just short, quick throws early on? Is it runs a lot early? Or is it, man, the training wheels are off? We're not easing anybody into anything. Like, let's throw the first punch. Let's send a message that, I don't know, we're not scared here and we don't need a couple of drives or a couple
Well,
of quarters.
I'll find entries somewhere in that 12-yard level as a tight end sitting in some zone and fire it to him right in his chest. That's what I'll end up doing. That'll give me the confidence I need that that guy's going to be my security blanket, whether it's 12 yards or 20 yards down the field. I get it to him in some zone coverage after a nice first down run. And then from that point on, now I just play. Now I just get into my game plan. I can run it, I can throw it down the field. I got to get him something that'll happen positive. And the run game is what's going to happen positive for Arch, I believe, anyway. I don't want him. I'd hate to see him where, you get your first down run stuffed and then you run it again on second down, you get stuffed again, and now he's got to throw the ball. That's the worst look of all, is a third down, 3rd and 9. You know what I'm saying?
I hadn't thought about that in a while, actually. It's been a long time since we've gotten to watch football. And there's nothing I hate more than the 2nd and 10 run. I hate the 2nd and 10 run, especially if you try it on first down too. It's like you run it once, you get nothing, and then you go back.
Especially in college football, I hate it. In the pros, okay, I'm used to 3rd and 10 pass. Who cares? They're going to throw it and they can find a way to get 10 yards. College football, 3rd down, 3rd and 10 pass. Oh, 2 runs in a row and you get nothing. Now you've got to pass it on 3rd down.
That's why the run game is such a key, right? And again, I keep referencing this game in January, and I get it. The teams are very different, new players, new coaches on both sides, but I think this is the case in any type of matchup like this. You got to be able to run the ball better. And Texas, 29 carries for 58 yards in January. And obviously, we all know how the game ended with Texas being unable to punch it in from the 1-yard line.
Well, you're gonna want to show that you're a physical group. This is not. We're not coming to your place. We're not coming to your place to play catch all day. We're coming there to pound you in the face. You lost a bunch of defensive linemen, and we're going to run the ball at you with running backs that rush for over 1,000 yards. We're going to come at you with our stuff, and then we're going to play action pass and let our quarterback get himself into a rhythm, and we're going to use our special team as a weapon. So, I mean, that's key. But what you can't do is get in there where you get a bunch of holding penalties and illegal procedures where, oh no, it's 2nd and 5, 1st and 15 because somebody jumped, because you're trying to make them jump. I wouldn't get cute with. You don't need to be cute with the snap count in game 1 on the road against a team like this anyway. You're not trying to draw them offside. Screw that, because what'll happen is you draw yourself offside. You know how that works.
Maybe going silent count for this entire game, right? I mean, you'd love to.
Crazy there.
There are plenty of Texas fans making the trip, but I mean, come on, it's a home game for Ohio State. They're going to have 85 to 90% of the crowd at Ohio State,
raising their little banner.
Yeah, dotting the I and raising the banner. Look, it's going to be a hell of an atmosphere, man. Like,
showing highlights. Hey, they'll be showing highlights of the stop at the goal line. They'll be showing highlights on the big screen of that. Yeah.
Dude, they should show that. Like, every time Texas is in the red zone, they should show that to try to get in Texas's head. Of course, they're going to show it before the game, but they should constantly be showing that.
How many times do you think that's going to be up? How many times do you think that's going to show up on the big board there?
Oh, it's going to be there on the big board a lot. And the worst part is they're going to show it on the TV broadcast. Like, you and I aren't going. We're going to be watching at East Village. They're going to show it on TV, and Gus and Joel are going to talk about it like 3 or 4 different times. So it's painful. It's the tough times make the good times better. So I know this win won't take away the pain of losing a college football playoff game. And obviously you feel like if Texas beat Ohio State at the Cotton Bowl, then the Longhorns would be the team, celebrating a national championship in this one. It would help. This win will feel a little better because of what happened a few months ago.
Yeah, I mean, the physicality of the game for Texas will have to be there on the road, because Ohio State will still think, dude, these guys just weren't physical enough. Did you see what we did when they tried to get the ball in? So you got to go there, and it's not proving a point. It's not just proving a point to the Ohio State. It's proving a point to yourself. This is what we have to do. This is who we're going to be in game 1. And this is what's going to remain, because we play in the SEC. So this is what we have to do all year long, not just in the first game, but in the 8th game, in the 9th game, this is what we have to be. So we can't go there playing catchy catch, because we got, the next great quarterback. We got to show our physicality in the run game, and we got good runners.
Yeah. Well, look, the good news if you're a Texas fan, like Sark has been in this spot a couple of times in the last 2 years, and he's done a really good job of it. Like,
yes,
it's a little apples to oranges with the opponent, and also with the games being in week 2 versus this year, the games being in week 1. But, Sark hasn't been shy. Like, he's told us that, like, he was preparing for the Alabama game all off season long. He was preparing for the Michigan game all off season long. And Sark's, when you give him all that extra time, a whole offseason to come up with a game plan against a defensive coordinator, he's been very good at that. So that should give you some confidence. Here's where I'm like a little weary about that. Like, Sark obviously knew what Nick Saban was going to do. He spent years with him, and Saban's system was so good. He's not like, he doesn't change his system entirely based on the opponent that he goes up against, right? Like, he trusts what he does, and why would you not? Because it works so incredibly well. Like, Wink Martindale was the DC of Michigan last year, even though it was his first year with the Wolverines. Like, everyone knew what that guy did because he did it in the NFL for decades. That's why he got fired from Baltimore, because he came too predictable. And Sark was like, okay, here's what he usually does, so he's probably going to do this, so here's what we're going to do to try to attack it. And it obviously worked. I don't know what Matt Patricia is going to do. Like, Matt Patricia hasn't been a defensive coordinator in football since 2017. He hasn't been a college coach of any kind in more than 2 decades. So, like, does he try to run the Jim Knowles defense that they ran last year? Does he, like, Bill Belichick was known for always changing up his game plans. Remember that Super Bowl against the Rams? Bill Belichick ran a defense he had never ran before, and he never showed it on film, and it was so good. The Rams scored 3 points. Everyone thought Jared Goff was the worst quarterback to ever pick up a football. Like, does Matt Patricia – I just don't know what his tendencies are. I don't know what to expect from the Ohio State defense. So I don't know if it's like that easy for Sark to prepare for this one as it was to prepare for Wink's defense or for Saban's defense.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to scheme. I mean, he's going to get his chance at some one-on-ones in the secondary with Wingo, because you have to with him. You've got to give him an opportunity to get the ball. I think they'll be more apt to play zone versus a quarterback like this than to come after him, because this team's been pretty good at protecting the quarterback in the passing game, and you don't want to let those one-on-ones get loose. But you want to find out if Archer's ready to, can he throw into some of these openings? Will he be able to get the ball into some of these openings? I'd rather take my chances and sit back a little bit in that than to come at this kid and have him break the pocket and end up down the field,
If you asked me to predict what Ohio State's going to do, I think they are going to try to play with light boxes. They are going to drop extra guys in coverage. They don't want to get beat by the deep ball. They do not. Nobody wants to get beat by a deep ball ever. So I think they're gonna try to, have a lot, maybe conventional boxes, maybe lighter boxes, and they're going to hope like they can stop the run with that. Obviously, that's why it's so important for Texas to establish the ground game. If Texas can run it, then Ohio State's got to drop an extra defender or 2 into the box to slow that down. And then, boom, you get your one-on-ones on the outside. That opens it up for the downfield passing attack. But I think Ohio State, they're going to try to make Texas nickel and dime their way down the field.
Yeah, let them make the mistake having to go to distance. I mean, when you got 2 quarterbacks starting for the first time, it's, let them make the mistake. They'll make a play, make another play, and another one, and another one. You just have to figure out. Eventually, they'll make a mistake. I think that's going to be the way for both teams. That's why you have to have a really solid run. That's why the run game is just going to be so important. But you can't be getting 1.5 yards on a. You just can't do. It can't be that game, because those times are over with at Texas against teams like this.
Texas's 4 worst rushing games last year were the 3 games they lost and the Arizona State game where they needed double overtime to win as a 2-touchdown favorite. So it's like it's obvious, but it's worth bringing up. Like, you got to be able to run the ball well. And
I'm going to give them about 100. If they can get 140 yards, they should be just fine. That's total. That's all the dudes.
That would be like they had 58 last year, so that'd be almost 3 times as many as they. So
but you need to be at the point where you rush with all your backs to 130, 140 yard total. I mean, You had a guy to rush for 1,000 yards. That guy at any time could get off himself and have a 150-yard game. But as a group, they need to all be looking at totals this week and not individual. Oh, I'm going to get 130 myself. Yeah, okay. How about you getting 70 and the other guy gets another 70? That'll help us out. Those are the kind of games that I used to talk about at running back. With my running backs, certain games, A&M, Oklahoma. This is what we have to do against this defense. And that's when guys would be like, oh, no, I'm getting 130 myself. And I'd look at them and go, oh, come on. Cut me a break. Do me a favor. Let's just do this as a group this week. You can get yours against Tech or somebody else like that. Let's not think of you getting, oh, this is my game or I'm getting 170. Just think of it as a group. I mean, 140 to me has always seemed to be that number in a big game.
Yeah, I like that number. I would sign for that right now if I could.
Would you sign for 140 total in the rushing game?
100%. Against this defense, yeah. And I know Ohio State's replacing a lot. Again, 7 starters gone from last year's squad, but they're still loaded. They're still extremely talented, and they've got some of the best defenders in the country on their team. So
yeah, it always used to come out. We used to have these games like this when all of a sudden, I remember when Gene Dolph was our offensive coordinator, used to always say to me when big games, and Ricky would have a monster game, and he'd say, you know what, if you take away that long run from him, what his average would be. I said, I don't really give a shit because you can't take that away. So if he wants to run one off for 65 or 70 yards, you don't get to take that away. That's a part of it. It all counted. It all counts.
That run did count, right? It's in the stat sheet. That did happen.
Every week he'd give me that in a game. Well, he had 2 long runs, and if you took those away, his average would only be that. I'm like, really? Let me look at that stat page once again and see what his average says with those 265 and 55-yard runs. Looks like it's pretty good to me.
Hey, okay. If Texas has 165-yard run on Saturday, that'd be more than they ran for as a team.
And that's something. Isn't that hard to believe when you got? Yeah.
It's they got to be better at that. Obviously, it opens so much up for your offense, and it's important every week. But again, in games like this, the importance is.
And you set the tone for the season. You set the tone for not just that initial game against a non-league opponent. I mean, it just it makes everybody step up and take notice in the SEC. The teams that you're going to have to play to win a championship, they're going to go, shit, man, that's a different running team right there. Now they can run, they got talented runners, but when it matters, they're going to turn around and hand it off, and you're going to have a hard time stuffing them. So that's what you got to prove to these teams. Your runners are going to have to get that extra 2 or 3 yards on contact, and they've got those type of runners, which is good. They don't have a bunch of little finesse guys. They got some pretty powerful guys back there in their backfield. I mean, I thought we saw that last year, and we saw that the year before.
Yeah, I think they got it more so this year than they did last year because everyone's healthy going into the season. Knock on wood that remains the case. All right, we'll dive back into this game because I think there are a few narratives that Texas can put to bed with a win on Saturday. Also, a big storyline. Steve Sarkisian will speak today for his game week press conference, his first of the season. And there's a very interesting injury update that we're going to need to hear from Sark. We'll dive into that in a moment. But first, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking a specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com. And a bunch of friends of mine who have had some nicks and pings and some things removed and have to be replaced have gone to Texas Orthopedics with Dr. Danny and his staff, and they have talked about how fantastic they are at getting the job done. They feel fantastic after surgery at Texas Orthopedics.
Yes, sir. Love Dr. Danny. Love the team at Texas Orthopedics. Also love our friends out at Covert Bee Cave. Here's a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's that time of year again. Football season is here, and we're ready to cheer on our favorite team.
That's right, Hayden. We're wishing the Horns a fantastic season. Go Longhorns.
At Covert Bee Cave, we know how important this season is to our community. That's why we're offering unbeatable deals on all our vehicles.
So whether you're tailgating at the game or cruising through the hill country, do it in style with a vehicle from Covert Vehicle. Go Horns!
And our good friends over at the Lee Kitchen and Tavern, 4 great locations: Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, Avery Ranch, chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and soul, made from scratch daily, Hawaiian wings, pulled pork sliders, teriyaki glazed pork chops. My favorite, of course, is the Cobb salad, and all-day breakfast, my friends, all day long. Happy hour each and every day from 3 to 6. Thursdays, prime to wine. That's half-price bottles of wine with your prime rib dinner. Love the Lee Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And also love AV consultations. I don't know if you call Tom today, if he can hook you up by the weekend, but good news is there's a lot of football coming your way, which means you've got some time to make the call to AV consultations to get your home TV setup done for the rest of the season. Plenty of games. And, the NFL starts next Thursday as well. Make the call to AV Consultations. They've hooked up thousands of Central Texans since 1988. I've got the 4TV man cave set up in the other room. The Bucks got the giant 85-inch screen. If you want something like that, maybe the home theater room with the huge projector. How about something for your patio as well? AV Consultations can do it all. Don't buy a TV and then call AV Consultations. No, they can get them for better prices because they buy in bulk. The TVs, the Sonos surround sound, the whole home lighting, the surveillance, anything you need to take your home to another level and make it so much more enjoyable for football season and for all sports all year long. AV Consultations can do it for you. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678, or find them online at avconsultations.com.
Well, my AV consultations, my TV, I sat there and watched Tommy Fleetwood get his first victory. Finally.
Get into that later. That's such BS, dude. I am a Tommy Fleetwood hater.
What?
Was before the weekend.
Yeah, you wanted him to lose it.
Tommy Fleetwood winning the FedEx Cup is like a 4-loss team winning the college football playoff. It's a joke. Format needs to be changed. How does that guy win the entire season-long trophy with one win? What are we doing here, golf?
Hey, you wouldn't have to forget. You could keep the trophy. I'll just take the $10 million. The
guy has one good weekend and he gets 10 mil. Everybody else who's been playing well all year can't win that in a tournament. What are we doing?
Yeah, what's wrong with the rest of those stiffs? Missing 6-foot putts?
It's scripted. The whole thing feels scripted, honestly. Oh, they just wanted to build up the storyline.
You get to boo him at the Ryder Cup. That's the thing. We get to boo that guy. Don't you want to boo him now? Are you going to boo him at the Ryder Cup?
I will be yelling at my TV when Tommy Fleetwood and his checkerboard golf ball takes the screen.
I'm not fond of that Callaway ball. No, I'm not. Titleist won't let me hit that anyway. They saw me with that ball. They'll take away all my free gear.
Yeah, you lose your sponsorship with Titleist if they catch you playing.
They will not like that whatsoever.
Yeah, we'll dive more into the golf. We got some sound from Tommy Fleetwood as well. And everyone else is happy about this lovable loser not being a loser anymore, but I'm not. I'm not happy about it.
I think he's a good sport. I like good sports. I mean, on Saturday when that dude hit it at the 15th into the water, he's still going by, high-fiving kids, dabbing them up as he's going by. I would have been like, get your hand away from me. Come on.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing was rigged for him anyway, so it doesn't matter. He could have done whatever.
You think Scheffler blew it on purpose?
Yeah, everyone just wanted to give Tommy a nice win. What a story it would be. Your first ever PGA Tour win comes in the Tour Championship. You win the whole FedEx Cup. What a great story. Golf, they need stories like that. So everyone just bow down to Tommy Fleetwood.
Tommy got one little Rosie got a little win there a couple of weeks. What is the deal here? Letting these Euros win our tournaments. Come on. Get him out of the PGA. Get
him to live. Get him to live golf. Come on.
Now you're talking. Now you got that Ryder Cup mentality going.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's starting early for me.
Yes. USA. I'll be grabbing my USA. I got my USA hat. I'm ready.
You got to. Yeah, we'll dive into that a little bit later. We got some other fun stories to get into towards the end of hour 2. But continuing the Texas-Ohio State conversation. Buck, Steve Sarkisian will address the media, I believe, at 11:30 today. And there's a big storyline. I'm afraid to call it big because I don't know if it's big right now, but based on what Sark says today, it would go from maybe nothing to ginormous with one sentence. Okay. Trevor Goozby, the Texas starting left tackle, has been dealing with a hand injury that he suffered in the scrimmage last Saturday, not 2 days ago, but 9 days ago. And it's been described by the insiders as day-to-day, but we haven't gotten any sort of official update from Steve Sarkisian. Oh, by the way, this is not an SEC game, so there doesn't need to be an injury report that's released anytime this week. So, I don't know. Sark's going to get asked about this, I think. Too many people know that this is going on to where he's not going to be able to avoid the question. So, update on Trevor Goozby, but it goes without saying, Buck, like him being on the field on Saturday is massively important to the Horns' chances.
Yes, for sure.
Like he can't.
I have a different outlook. If that guy's not starting in the game, that double-digit win that I had will change. If it sounds like if that dude has a laceration, which I don't know, which is hard to conceal, for a guy that has to use his hands. If that guy, the other day I told you, if he's got like a hairline fracture, okay, let's tape it up, cast it up, and let him protect. If that guy has some kind of laceration, well, I think if he had something that he cut on his hand and the stitches just keep on opening up and you can't do anything about it and he can't play, that we would know by now. I would think if it was a laceration, somebody would have known the guy had stitches put in his hand. But if it's just one of those bruised wrist or whatever, screw that. Let's go. Tape it up and let's roll. But he's got to play.
Yeah, and I would think, like, again, based on what I think I know or what I've heard about this injury right now is, like, it's not super serious. But, and of course, this game is so important that you would think Trevor Goozby, they're going to try to trot him out there, right? He's going to do whatever he can to be on the field, and Texas is going to do whatever it can to get Goozby on the field.
A big man with a dislocated finger that popped back in by now, put some popsicle sticks and let's roll. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I understand that they just don't let you play if you get a deep enough gash in it and it's just going to come open on contact, it's kind of hard to play a game like that. So,
yeah. Well, not only does he have to be out there, but he's got to be good, right?
Yes.
Like he is the most important person on the Texas offensive line and one of the most important players on the team. And, we're all expecting big things from Trevor Goozby this year because of what we saw at the end of last year. And I honestly think Trevor Goozby is going to be one and done as a starter at Texas. Like, I think he's going to be that good this year, and he's draft eligible following this season. We're talking about a guy who's like 6'7", 315 pounds. He's got an NFL body with what he put on tape last year. If he has a strong season, he not only is going to go pro, but he could be a very high draft pick next April. So he's really good. He's really important.
And he really has to play in this game for himself, too.
Right. Yeah, it's a big one for him going up against, Ohio State's got new defensive linemen, but again, still some talented players there. And I think they're better on the edge than they are up the middle. But it's huge for a lot of reasons. We're talking about Texas establishing the running game. We're talking about giving Arch Manning time in the pocket. Like Texas is already incredibly thin at tackle. They were before.
All right, well, let me ask you this question before Sark takes it to the microphone. Has that guy been practicing this week? Has he missed practice, or has he been out there practicing?
No, he's missed some practice with this. I don't know if it's 100% of every practice, but this has caused him to miss some practice. And then we're talking about practice, man, right? Like
I know
about practice, man.
Thank you, AI. So it's one of those things where, all right, maybe you shouldn't panic that much. Maybe it's like, oh, if there was actually a game this past Saturday, Trevor Goozby would have been out there. And they're just, taking an overabundance of caution to make sure that nothing gets re-aggravated before the actual game.
You only have a few players, and most of them are on defense, that can afford to miss practice time before game one. You know what I'm saying? There's not a lot of superstars on that offense that they need the practice. A lot of days they need the game, but a lot of days miss that practice does not help this offense for sure.
No, I think we'll get an update on him. And also, I think we're going to get an update on Emmett Mosley, the fifth, the transfer wide receiver from Stanford. We've talked about this before. He's dealing with a lower leg injury. And again, nothing official from the team or from the head coach or anything like that. But some of the insiders are speculating that Emmett Mosley will not be available on Saturday. So that'd be a big loss for Texas. It's a guy we obviously haven't seen in a Longhorn uniform, but a guy who put up very good numbers for the Cardinal last year. A guy who had a great opening week of fall camp and his first week of practice as a Longhorn.
And you didn't bring him here not to play.
Right. Yeah. And Chris Jackson, the wide receivers coach, raved about him. And he basically said that exact same thing. He's like, no, we brought him here for a reason. This dude, we're a big believer in what he's about. And I just don't know if we'll get to see that this Saturday. So that's another thing. Again, you want all hands on deck. In Texas, knock on wood, they're healthier going into game one this year than they were last year. Right. But those are, two potential starters. I mean, Trevor Goozby, obviously a starter. Emmett Mosley, a guy who's going to be a big part of the wide receiver rotation, who are dealing with something right now. And again, I mean, there's a lot people are going to be excited to hear from Sark about today, but that's the most important thing that Sark's going to talk about.
Goozby doesn't play, then that's just now you're playing on your survival mode against a team like Ohio State. If you're bringing in somebody just a new left tackle, that's a different ball game altogether there.
Oh, I'm with you. I think you and I are both picking Texas to win this game here on a Monday. I mean, you said earlier you think Texas is going to win by 10. I'm not that confident. I think it's like a 3-point Longhorn win. But I will tell you this, if Sark takes the podium today and says Trevor Goosby's not playing, then I will not be picking Texas to win. Again, I don't think it's that. I expect Goosby to play. I'm sorry to scare people. I'm not trying to do that, but it's something that is out there right now. Goosby has been dealing with some sort of hand issue. So until we get that full vote of confidence from his head coach, it's
I mean, if he's been at practice, running around, participating in some drills, maybe not practicing the whole practice. I mean, I got you there, but if he's missed back-to-back days as you're leading up to this game, and if he's been under bubble wrap for 2 weeks, since that injury happened, that scares me.
Right. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what Sark's got. Again, I think 11:30 today is when Sark will address the media down on campus, but obviously a storyline to pay attention to. All right, a couple of other things to get into from this game. Again, mentioned the line was going down. Yeah, I mean, reasons for optimism. I talked about the defense a lot, talked about the special teams, talked about the run game, talked about Arch. What else has you so confident? I mean, is there anything else in this matchup that has you feeling this good about the Longhorns on a Monday?
Just the fact that they've lost so many defensive linemen. That just makes me feel good. If they had 2 tackles coming back, or just one war daddy coming back, I would worry. I mean, they're going to be good at the linebacker area. They always are. It's not like in the linebacker area they can replace guys, because it seems like at Ohio State they replace linebackers every year like it's nobody's business, and they're good. If you don't have the down linemen, those defensive linemen, that's a struggle. That'll negate some of when you have new offensive linemen. I just think the backs at Texas, I don't care who they have at Ohio State. I just think the guys running the ball here are really talented, and they don't need knock them down, roll them over kind of offensive linemen. They need you to get in the way. They don't need you to whiff. Do you know what I'm saying? Don't whiff.
I think these running backs are really good, and I think Texas has, a top 3 running back room in the country. They've got talent at the top. They've got some depth there as well, and it's a fully healthy group. I know you got a couple of guys coming off of serious injuries, but it sounds like C.J. Baxter is good to go. I mean, he's been maybe the biggest storyline of fall camp, not just the fact that he's out there, but the fact that he's looked as good as he has and going 100% and, not wearing any non-contact jerseys. I mean, he looks the part. And Sark said it last week. We played the sound on the show. They are ramping things up with C.J. Baxter because he's ahead of where they thought he would be. So you've got him. You've got Trey Wisner, the lone 1,000-yard rusher returning in the SEC. It sounds like Christian Clark, by the way, is past Jarrett Gibson on the depth chart. Again, we'll see if we actually get a depth chart from Sark this week. And Obviously, we might have to wait until the game. Hell, we might have to wait until next game to see who number 3 is, because it might only be Wisner and Baxter playing this Saturday. But Christian Clark seems like the real deal right now. You still have the baby Rhino, Jarrett Gibson. You got a couple of freshmen there too. Like it's a really good running game going up against. Again, it's a loaded Ohio State defense. They're going to be one of the best in the country, but they lost so much from last year.
And they lose their coordinator. Once again, they lose their coordinator.
Yeah, it was like probably the best defensive coordinator in the country, Jim Knowles. PK is obviously in that conversation, but Jim Knowles is ridiculously good. And yeah, Ohio State's defense was the best in the nation last year. And Jim Knowles got paid handsomely to take the job at Penn State. Lateral move, but I guess when you're getting a raise, not the most lateral move. But yeah, for Ohio State, talking about their D-line in particular, like 2 new starters at defensive tackle, Caden McDonald and Edric Houston are the names to know. Those 2 guys combined totaled 26 tackles last year.
I'll say this. I talked to Howard Griffith from the Big Ten Network this weekend, and he said the kid from Purdue is really, really good. He said their players almost just had a mutiny because they knew that guy was going to be, they know either they were going to be transferring out of there or they were going to have a new coach, because he said that place was just a mess. He says it's just a mess at Purdue right now. He said, but that player is really good.
Oh, for Texas, talking Cole Brevard?
Yeah, he said he's good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of the Texas defensive line, I think a lot of the transfer portal additions that the Longhorns made are looking really good right now. And it sucks that Emmett Mosley is hurt, but it sure sounds like, based on, practice reports, some of these guys were here in the spring. Some of these guys didn't get here until the summer, but it sure sounds like Texas did a really good job in the portal, and just about everybody that they brought in is going to play a pretty decent-sized role on this club.
He said while others around that kid were on their way, knowing they were transferring and moving out of that place, he said he stood out and really played really hard, really fast, and they really liked him, and he liked him too. So he speaks highly of him.
Well, that's good. I'm excited to have him. He's a big body too. He's going to be, an early down run stuffer for Texas. He's like 350-something pounds.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a big dude that you've got up front, and to replace some of the defensive linemen that you lost. Remember, Texas lost 7 scholarship defensive linemen from last year's team, so they had to hit the portal hard to get that filled up. But yeah, Purdue was terrible last year, and they were 1-11. They've got a new coach. Barry Odom is taking over for the Boilermakers.
It sounded like that group was just, you're talking about laying down on the field. Wow.
Yeah, they were tough to watch last year for anybody who did watch them. But back to the Ohio State defensive line. Again, those 2 starters, 26 tackles last year combined. For reference, like Alfred Collins had 55 by himself.
Yeah.
Vernon Broughton had 39 by himself. Like defensive tackles don't always stuff the stat sheet, but Ohio State, it's a lack of snaps. Now that McDonald cat, I was watching the Ohio State Penn State game over the weekend. It was just on. I was like, oh, let's check this out. The Buckeyes had a huge goal line stand in the second half of that game.
Was that late in the game when they stuffed him?
Yeah. That McDonald kid had like 3 of the tackles. Like, that guy is huge.
Dude, did they not run the ball? Did they not gut run like 3? Did they not do what Sark did? They ran like 3 gut runs thinking they were going to get 2 yards for a touchdown. I think they may have run twice at him.
Sometimes you just tip your cap to the other team.
Yeah.
Like for Texas, Sark called some crappy plays in that situation. I think everybody agrees. But Penn State, they have 2 of the best running backs in the country.
Yes.
They had a top 10 pick on the offensive line, a very good offensive line.
That fantastic tight end.
Right. They tried to run it. I think they ran it the first 3 times. On 4th and goal, they dropped back. Well, what else? Like, what do you want them to do? That's the thing. We're all mad at Sark for not running it. Like, I think Penn State called some half decent plays. They just, like, Ohio State was that good.
They got pushed back, and I don't like the straight handoff to the B gap. Like, turn around and here you go, run in the B gap and go. They got pushed back. They did that twice in a row, and I'm like, oh my God, they're not going to do this a 3rd time, are they?
Oh, yeah, they ran it 3 times. Then they passed it on 4th down and didn't convert that either, and that was a huge moment in the game. But yeah, that Cade McDonald cat, He's listed at 325. He looks like he's about 475. And Troy brings this up. Like, I've been doing some research on Ohio State, reading like their message boards. Conditioning is kind of an issue for him. So he didn't have to play a lot last year because he wasn't a starter, but like there are also questions about if he's conditioned enough to be a starter. But that's a guy, he's a big body in the teeth of that Ohio State defense. He's one of the starters. And then Edric Houston is their other projected starter. He's been dealing with an injury in camp. And he's telling everybody he's fine. He's going to be good to go for Saturday, but he's missed some time. And then one of their backups, Jason Moore, was seen in a boot last week. So again, defensive tackle for Ohio State. That maybe is their biggest concern outside of quarterback. Maybe for other people, it is their biggest concern. But that's again, we have questions about the Texas offensive line, but if that group is ready, then there's a potential advantage there for the Longhorns on paper.
Yeah, that's and they still can't stop. They got to be able to stop the run. They know what they have to do too. They know Sark is going to want to run this ball after what happened last year. And I don't say, you don't beat your head against the wall doing it, because if you got wide receivers, and that's that group that we don't know about. Once again, we don't know an awful lot about who's going to be out there. It sounds like Mosley's not going to be out there. So that, I still want to establish the run. I think you go after them in the run game early. Yeah. See who's up. You got to see who's up to the battle.
Well, that's the point. You test their defensive
on both sides. Your guys and their guys.
Yeah, you test their defensive tackles. Like, you see what they got. You do that in pretty much every game. But again, on paper, there's not a lot of weaknesses for this Ohio State team. They're really good. They won it all last year. They're number 3 in the country this year. They're favored to win this game against the number 1 team in America. So finding weaknesses for them is not easy to do at all. But that might be your spot for them. So that's something you got to do. You got to run it well. Take the pressure off your young quarterback. Those long drives can take the crowd out of a game too. You got to test to see if those guys are up for the challenge.
Absolutely.
For sure. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Got more Texas, Ohio State conversation coming your way. We also have to talk about Jaden Blue's debut with the Dallas Cowboys, a little NFL conversation, and a Southern California man arrested for something that even the Buck is going to find weird, and that's saying something. We'll get to
that
those
is
stories.
Saying something. Let me tell you, hey, by the way, the Yankees salvaged a win last night. Thank you very much.
You're bragging about losing a series to the Red Sox?
Hey, I salvaged a win last night.
I think your Yankees had lost 8 in a row against Boston.
Oh, my God.
Finally, on Sunday Night Baseball last night, they were able to pull out a win. But your Yankees are embarrassing right now, dude.
Hey, they can hit the long. Hey, they can hit the
Rangers,
long ball, though.
That's congratulations.
They can hit the
you
long
can't
ball.
win games, though.
No, it doesn't.
Shoot.
Jazz Jism or whatever his name is.
Yeah, the Jism guy.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Boy,
They
all right, They did. We'll dive back into the sports here in a moment, but first, Buck, another round of sponsor shout-outs.
Tell our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, it is still stinking hot out. I don't know if we hit, the other day when I thought it was, 94 degrees, it ended up being like 98 degrees. Boy, my air conditioning, my AC unit is working so well here. And I am so happy about that. Thanks to the folks at Woods Comfort Systems. And it'll work for you. If you have any problems with air conditioning, do call on the folks at Woods Comfort System. Well, when it comes to heating, as we get ready for some winter months, make sure that everything's working properly and the maintenance on your heating system is ready for anything that comes through here during the winter time. They can get it done too. Also, plumbing. They're doing 3 right now. They're doing plumbing, heating, and air conditioning. Nobody does it better. They've been doing it in Central Texas for over close to now 70 years in Central Texas. It's our good friends at Woods Comfort Systems.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website, 512-842-5066. The phone number to get a hold of them. It's Woods Comfort Systems, where comfort is our middle name. Also, a shout out to Zentex Tickets. Oh, if you're trying to be in the building for Texas, Ohio State, it's a road game, but it doesn't matter to our friends at ZentexTickets.com. they've got plenty of tickets available, still available for this top 3 tilt in the shoe. And if you're not making the trip and you want to get ready for the first home game next weekend, they've got plenty of tickets available right now at centextickets.com. Every Longhorn game, they got Aggie tickets, they got Red Raider tickets, Cowboys tickets, Texans tickets. Y'all see what I'm doing here. centextickets.com, the place to go. Don't forget to use their promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You are going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. Whether you're buying 1 or 10, it doesn't matter. It's 10% off from our friends at centextickets.com.
Very nice, man. They're very nice. Our good friends over at the Hat Creek Burger Company. Looking for a burger for lunch today. That's what I am. Lettuce. Just going to be lettuce. No bun on it. Just a lettuce burger. Thank you very much, BK. They have one of those with cheese, though. I can put cheese on that bad boy, onions, the whole works. But Hat Creek Burgers had all the burgers, fries, and shakes that you are looking for. And if you're looking to have get a little drink later on while the kids are at the playground there at Hat Creek Burger, you can do so. Margaritas are available at some of the locations at Hat Creek Burger. So is breakfast, as a matter of fact. They have it open at 7 a.m. Find out in your location where they're serving breakfast. 25 locations throughout the state of Texas. Started right here in Austin, Texas. It's Hat Creek Burger Company.
Oh, yeah. Had me a Hat Creek Burger last Thursday.
You probably had a little hat. That's all.
No, I ain't no, you know what? I won't say.
You ain't no sissy. You ain't no sissy.
Mama ain't raised no bitch.
Oh, you're not one of the Minnesota Vikings cheerleaders now? You ain't one of those sissies?
I was going to say, Mama ain't raised no bitch. I just turned into one on my own. But I didn't realize you wanted to get into the Vikings cheerleaders. You know, I've been calling your Vikings the Vikings for years, and now maybe
now I know why you've been calling them that. I just thought my wife pointed that out to me on Friday. I had no clue. I saw it, and I was like, that's not. I said, it ain't true. It can't be true.
You know what? I'll cut up some highlights. If you want to call them that. We'll have it for tomorrow's show. But
oh God, tell me it ain't so.
You're going full Aggie, Buck. Never go full Aggie.
Purple people eaters, man.
Yeah. It's it's a mess, and that went viral over the weekend. And hey, I don't know. You shouldn't be so down on it, man. It's just people supporting their team. You know. Just cheering on their Vikings. That's all it is.
Put on a supporter, guys.
Put on
really.
a jock.
Yeah, please.
You're looking down there. It's interesting. God, shout out to Hat Creek. Now had the Bacon Royale there on Thursday.
Wow.
Yeah, double bacon cheeseburger with some grilled onions and their hat sauce.
Oh.
Fantastic. Plus some fries. Yeah, very healthy. I think I broke every Jewish kosher rule with that one, but it was worth it. It was fantastic.
Got after the bacon, did you?
Had to. I was craving it. Bacon wasn't faking. Let me tell you, Buck. It was not faking. All right. Also, shout out to OLIPOP as well. Hey, that's what you need after eating something like that. OLIPOP, great tasting soda. That's actually good for you. I don't know how they did it, but they found a way to make something healthy actually enjoyable to consume. OLIPOP's got 19 different flavors to choose from, available at any grocery store all around the country. Stuff is growing like crazy with damn good reason. It is fantastic. And OLIPOP, there's 9 grams of fiber in every can. There's prebiotics, there's botanicals, there's plant fibers, ingredients that support good digestive health. So in the past, you're drinking soda, you know it's bad for you. You know you shouldn't be drinking it, yet you do it anyways because you like the taste. Oh, here's OLIPOP. The taste is still there, but you can actually feel good about what you're putting into your system because you're actually supporting your gut every time you drink a can of OLIPOP. Get you something next time you're at the store.
Yeah. Did you have any? You had no stories on your trip back. Everything was good. You get back. Was it all-day trip getting back this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I got back on Wednesday, so it was a long trip, long day. Makes you appreciate living in a town with a big airport because I had to take a 2-hour shuttle. Oh, I almost missed my connecting flight because Jimmy John's took so long.
What?
I shared that story with Cole on Friday.
And you weren't going to miss Jimmy John's.
Of course not. Huh. I needed to sandwich. But, they brag about being freaky fast. They were not freaky fast at all. But also, Delta, they started boarding 10 minutes early, which most people dream of that scenario, right? Like, they're so on time that they're starting boarding early and they're ending boarding early and they want to take off early. That you shouldn't be complaining about that. But when you're on a connecting flight and you need a sandwich because you've been traveling for hours and you're hungry, like, it almost screwed me there. They were announcing me on the loudspeaker at the airport, like, looking for passenger Bradley Kellner here.
Oh, Bradley was like, they were looking for Bradley, were they?
I'm like waving. I'm like, hey, I'm right here. I'm just waiting for my sandwich here.
Okay, now give me this. Now I know that it doesn't have to be a long story. How do they get you a Jimmy John's at the airport? Do they come into the airport? How do they do this?
No, it was an actual. It was an actual Jimmy John's storefront in the Salt Lake City airport.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know some guy rode up on his bicycle.
You thought I got a delivery order there. Like, I scheduled it to get there right when my first plane landed. And
remember, I have not ordered anything from Amazon ever, so I don't know. So I've never ordered a sandwich.
You've ordered delivery pizza before, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I will say I've done that.
Well, that's the same concept with ordering Jimmy John's delivery. You just call in or order online and they bring it to your place. But no, I was not going to make a Jimmy John's worker go through TSA to give me a sandwich.
That's what I was thinking. Did they leave it at the gate and somebody comes running down to the gate with the Jimmy John's for you?
Yeah, that would have been my fault. They should have left without me if that was what I was doing.
Oh my God.
But no, Jimmy John's forgot my order. After a while, they were like calling out numbers. Everyone who ordered, you got a ticket with an order number, and they were calling out orders when the orders were ready. And I was like 310, and they called 309, and then I hear them call like 312.
What?
I'm like, what's going on? So I went up and asked them. I'm like, hey, did you guys call? Like, I feel like I've been standing here the whole time. What's the deal? And they're like, what'd you get? I'm like, this thing. And they're like, oh, we didn't get that order. Like, it never came through or something. They had some BS excuse. So they just made it right away, thankfully, and gave it to me. But yeah, almost caused me to miss my flight back home last Wednesday.
And everything, you had to go through Denver. You go through Denver. Where'd you go through? Los Angeles?
Salt Lake. Still Salt Lake.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I had to give a bite of my sandwich to the desk agent at the gate.
Nice.
Yeah. It's like, thanks for holding the plane. Here you go. You get the first bite. I made that joke. She didn't want it. I wasn't joking. She could have had it if she wanted to, but didn't happen.
Are we at the point now at Southwest, or do you have seats numbered now for you? You don't get to go in the cattle cart line?
No, I don't think that started yet.
Okay.
I think that starts next year. I know they've already started the bags don't fly free bit.
Yeah, they've already lost you.
Yeah. I mean, it's now I just go for the best deal. I used to be willing to pay a little bit more for Southwest because of the bag thing and because of a few other things, but now it's whoever's got the cheapest rate is that's where I'm going.
That's why you've been on Delta lately.
Been on Delta a lot lately, and they've bounced back. They've been okay for me lately. So
bounce back.
I'm giving them some credit. They're still they still have some work to do to get fully back into my good graces, but compared to where they were like 3 months ago, they're doing all right. They're owing me, and they're trying to make it up to me. They know I'm pissed. They hear the show, and they're trying to make it right. So we stop dunking on them on this network. That's what's going on, I believe. All right, a little NFL to dive into. Buck, Jaden Blue made his Cowboys debut finally on Friday night. He did score a touchdown in his first game with Dallas.
I saw that run.
Looked all right. 9 carries, 25 yards. Not a great stat line, but here's the problem. He left the game early because he got hurt again. He apparently suffered a low ankle sprain. He tweeted out that he'll be good to go for week 1, which is next Thursday, as the Cowboys will open up the year in Philly. But he did have a little bit of a limp after the game on Friday night. So not ideal for Jaden Blue.
And their cut is Tuesday, isn't it? And the cut's Tuesday.
got his Tuesday, and like Jaden Blue is good enough in practice, and I think he showed enough in the game to where he's going to make the team. I don't think it's a serious enough injury where he starts the year on IR either, because if you do that, you have to miss the first 4 games of the year.
Right.
And if Jaden Blue's tweeting about playing next week, then I don't think it's going to require that kind of thing. Kind of like good to see him out there. He made some things happen when he was, and then he gets hurt, and it's like, all right, you don't want this guy's career to be marred by injury like that.
What is his number? It's like 30 something.
37. No, that's Moffa. I don't even remember.
It's in the 30s, and it's like 34, some weird number.
34, Ricky's number. Weird number.
Yeah, but isn't that a weird number for him? Wasn't he in the 20s? He's a thin guy. Looks like he should be wearing 20-something.
Don't see a lot of 30-somethings with running backs in the league these days. Everyone wants the single-digit numbers,
Right.
Jaden was 23 at Texas. Now he's 34 in the league. And the Cowboys, they got like Phil Maffa, who's wearing 37. They've got Deuce Vaughn, who's wearing 42.
Hey, the best game I've seen him play in his NFL, his short time in the NFL. That's the best looking runs I've seen him have.
That was a big day for Deuce Vaughn because, like you said, cut down day is tomorrow, and Deuce Vaughn's on the cusp right now.
Yeah, and there were a couple times, BK, where he did get hit and he just disappeared in the pile. The pile doesn't move. I mean, where'd he go?
Yeah.
But he had a couple nice little runs. The best I've seen of him.
He was the Cowboys' leading rusher in that game on Friday, and Cowboys got a preseason win if you care about those kinds of things. But yeah, it's going to be interesting at running back. Like Javonte Williams, I think, is this team starter. I assume Miles Sanders will make the team as well. I feel like Jaden Blue's in a good spot, but we'll see who else is there for Dallas as they try to figure out that whole situation.
They're liable to keep 4 running backs, try to find one.
I'd rather them keep I want Jaden Blue and Phil Maffa to get 100% of the carries this year. I don't want to see anything from Javonte Williams. And look, if he's great, I'll eat my words. But I don't think there's much left in his tank. I know there's not much left in Miles Sanders' tank. And Deuce Vaughn, one good preseason game. He's shown in real games that he's not an NFL caliber running back. So right. I'd rather see what you got for the young guys. I don't think it's going to be a great year for the Cowboys anyways. See if you've got something special there that you could build on in the long term. And that's what you got with Jaden Blue and Phil Maffa, hopefully. Brandon,
we got to get a contract done here in the next couple days.
Yeah, Micah Parsons was there. He was on the sideline in street clothes, and the cameras caught him lying on the trainer's table at one point, just by himself, not getting worked on, literally just lying there, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else in the world. And people thought he was kind of making a statement with that. He says he wasn't. Shoddy was asked about it after the game, and he's like, I'll talk to Micah. I don't know anything about it. I don't want to comment further until I get to talk to him. Probably was a statement. Micah knows what he's doing.
Yes.
And he's I think the court of public opinion is already on Micah Parsons' side. I think they have been for a long time. But he's just like, I'm so bored. I want to play with my teammates. I want to be in uniform. And then because of Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones in the front office, I can't be. And now I just have to be laying on the trainer's table over here. Doesn't this suck for all of us? Don't we all hate this?
Yeah, I know it was a statement. I didn't think much of it. I just don't know why. If you're going to be on the sideline, you need to put on a jersey at least, Yeah, you don't have to do anything. Just wear your Cowboys jersey.
I think he was the only.
I mean, he's doing. Give me a call to the fans from Atlanta. I'm like, come on, dude.
Right. Yep. Jerry Jones was on some podcast last week talking about some of the negotiations, and he, we'll play this sound. We didn't play this on Friday, and I don't think you've heard this yet. But here's Jerry talking about some of the contract negotiations he was having with Micah Parsons, more so with David Mulligetta. Here's Jerry telling a story about something that happened a few months ago.
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our ass.
Wait. Now, see,
just so you're clear.
Wait. What do you mean? So wait. What do you mean? Because people going to ask.
Mike and I talked. Mike and I talked, and then we were going to send it over to the agent. And we had our agreements on term, amount, guarantees, everything. We were going to send it over.
He's just not buying. Jerry's just not buying into there's a certain way that now they do things, and it goes through the agent. You don't get to bring a guy in your office and shut the door behind you. I mean, the way you've been doing it forever, things change, and things have changed to the point that the agent is the guy. When you don't have contact with the agent the whole time, you send something over to him. Yeah, he's liable to tell you to stick that up your ass.
Right. Well,
Jerry,
I don't know. I think that was in reference to the conversation that Jerry and Micah had a few months ago, where they talked about a deal and Jerry thought something was basically done. I think Jerry's saying that right after that conversation, they approached David Mulugheta and said, hey, here's the offer. Here's basically what we agreed upon. Can we get this done? And Jerry's saying Mulugheta said, stick it up your ass. So, which is interesting because Jerry Jones has said he doesn't talk to agents. And he also has said he doesn't know David Mulugheta's name, which I guess in that clip, he didn't say David or Mulugheta. He just said the agent. But yeah, it's sort of differs from a lot of the other stories that we've heard from the Jones side of things, as I think they try to get the court of public opinion on their side a little bit. I don't think it's really working. No,
I just talk to the agent from the get-go. I mean, don't get a guy up there like, get some young guy up there at your, in your office and say, we got the biggest deal outside of a quarterback in the NFL history. Don't then come back with that statement saying this is what it was. Get to the agent so the agent can say this is the biggest deal in the history of the NFL for a non-quarterback. Let that guy be the one. That's his representative. He's not. He's a football player. He's not. He doesn't. He shouldn't be in negotiations, Jerry. You try to wheel and deal with these individuals, and you've done it before, and guys have gone along with it, and their agents. This particular agent isn't playing that game.
No, and we've got 10 days until kickoff in Philly next Thursday. So you talk about timelines. They say deadlines make deals. There's a deadline right there. Next Thursday is the Cowboys season opener at Philly. They're already going to be up against it on the road against the defending champs who are the favorites to win it all again this year. You don't have Micah Parsons, who's probably the best player on the team outside of the kicker, Brandon Aubrey. But, we're talking about a kicker here. Then, yeah, the uphill battle becomes even way more uphill. So,
yeah, and I think Jerry's to the point now. It is personal, and is he going to say screw the team and the fans over this?
Yeah, I mean, he's, Jerry doesn't look at it as a screwing the fans thing. I mean, I think he's looking at it as we don't believe in Micah Parsons enough, so we're not going to pay him exactly what he wants kind of thing. But it will screw the team and it will screw the fans. I don't think Jerry's like, I want to do those things, but obviously if Micah's not out there, it will do both of those things.
Yeah, making deals with those guys. Some of them are part meathead. You still have to realize that, and their agents know that. So that's why you have an agent. That's what they do. That's what they go to school for. They go to school to be an agent. They don't go to school to be the football player. They go to be the agent, and that's who you deal with. And if you think you're making such a great deal, make it with the agent. Right. Talk to that guy. I don't understand what's so hard about that.
I'm sure Jerry thought he was making a great deal, and that's why he wanted to do it. And then Micah probably went to his agent, and his agent's like, yeah, not a great deal. Maybe let's not do that.
Yeah, maybe let's not.
And Mulugheta he's got a track record of like making his clients wait. I don't know if making is the right word. Maybe it's getting his clients to wait as long as they can to sign a long-term deal. And in a lot of cases, it's worked. I mean, he's the guy that negotiated Deshaun Watson's contract with the Browns. Remember, Deshaun Watson had already gotten an extension in Houston the year before that made him one of the highest paid quarterbacks in football, like top 5. And Mulugheta, like by playing the waiting game and leveraging the Texans, he got Deshaun Watson a fully guaranteed $255 million deal. So this guy, he's very good at his job. There's a reason so many people hire him. He's a Texas X, by the way, too. Yeah. But his track record is he waits as long as he can. So maybe Micah and Jerry thought they had something done. Mulugheta's probably like, well, wait until Myles Garrett resigns, and then wait until TJ Watt resigns, and then let's get this thing done. And now, Watt's making $41 million a year. Garrett's at $40 million a year. Like Micah Parsons, you might not think he's as good as those guys, but he's right there. He's right on that level. So he's going to get right around that amount of money. Like it might have been 35 or 36 a few months ago by playing the waiting game. It's
way more now.
Yeah, and it's going to screw the Cowboys, and if it gets done, it works for Micah. Now, if it doesn't get done, the question is Micah willing to play hardball? And that means like going into the season where he misses game checks. Training camp fines are fine. Game checks, It's a little different right there. We're talking about a guy missing a year in his 20s, a prime year of his career. So I think Micah would, but that's maybe the Cowboys are trying to call his bluff.
Maybe he'll get ready for the flag football, the Olympics.
The U.S. Olympic flag football for 28. He's going to sit out in that 2028.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe Micah Parsons is getting ready for that. He's going to, it doesn't matter. Somebody's going to take care of him. I mean,
well, he's under contract, so he can't. It's not like
he's going to. But after this year, he can sit out a year.
Yeah, he could. He doesn't get any money, but the Cowboys could tag him next year, and they would still own his rights.
Yeah,
if they did that. And he doesn't have to sign the tag, but like if he doesn't, then he loses out on all that money. So,
but his value to them, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff you can get for that dude.
Right. Right. Oh, they should have traded him a long time ago, but you should trade him right now. If you are going to trade him, if you don't feel like a long-term deal is going to get done or it's just not what you want, then trade him right now. So he plays an entire full season with somebody instead of, trading him at the deadline or something. Or 2-3 weeks into the year.
Does the money guarantee that, I mean, is that guy going to be a malcontent being there, even if he gets the money now? No, it's just money.
He says it's personal, but like everybody says it's personal. They just want the money.
Until you get the checks. Yeah.
Again, Myles Garrett is the prime example. That guy released a statement saying he doesn't want to be in Cleveland anymore because he doesn't think they have a chance at winning. And what happens? Cleveland's like, well, what if we just give you $40 million a year instead?
Now you got a chance.
Like, yeah, I love it here. You know what? I think we actually can win here. Like it's all it takes. Micah Parsons has loved being a Cowboy from day one. He wants to continue to be a Cowboy, but more than that, he wants his money, and that's understandable. But his perfect world is Jerry Jones today is like, hey, what's TJ making? 41 mil. All right, I'll give you 41 and a half for 4 years. What do you say? And then it gets signed. Micah's back, and this is all water under the bridge.
That's right. If you can't play for America's team, then play for America. That's right. Get yourself prepared for the Olympics, Micah. Now you're talking. Now you're a hero.
If Micah if he can't be on the Cowboys, then I don't want him playing for anybody else.
Oh my God! What about America's team? You think he can get that flag away from those guys?
Get him on. Yeah, he'll be on. Although they don't. Yeah, no, he's a good enough athlete to where he could absolutely do those things.
You think he could do all those things and move like that? Catch up to those guys?
He wouldn't be like my first choice because, again, there's no tackling there. So I would want like Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and guys like that.
He would rip the flag. He would rip the shorts off of whoever he grabbed a hold of.
Right. Yeah. You might do that. And then he'll host a podcast about it on the sideline right after the game.
Oh, my God. Oh, laying on the table. He looked like a goof laying on the table. Yeah, and there was a reason why he did that.
Yeah. And
What's the coach going to say to him? What's the coach going to say? He's, Schottenheimer said, I haven't talked to him yet. I'm going to talk to him this week about it. What are you going to say to him? Hey, don't do that.
I don't know. I don't like Shotty's hands are tied here because he wants Micah Parsons. Of course he wants Micah Parsons. He's trying to win. Guy's waited his whole life to get a head coaching gig. He finally has one. And now
you're going to take away that guy and that guy's not going to be there for you.
And now his buffoon owner / GM is like hamstringing him by saying, oh yeah, your best player. Nah, you're not going to get him. Sorry. You're trying to win, but yeah, your best player, the guy who gives you a great chance to do that. Yeah, we're just not going to pay him, so he's not going to show up. So good luck.
Wow.
Shotty. Yeah, bad bit all around. So that's the latest there. Again, 10 days till the season opener. That's your true deadline. We'll see. Remember, like the Dak Prescott deal got done 2 days before the Cowboys opener 2 seasons ago. So if that happens, that's 1 week from tomorrow. Maybe that's a deadline. I trying to predict this is just a waste of time. I still think
I
it
love
gets
it. I
done.
love Volunget to tell them to shove it up their ass.
Shove it up their ass. Who knows if that's true or if it's not, but there's Jerry making another headline. Rough weekend for the Sanders family, by the way. Shedeur Sanders was horrible for Cleveland. 3 of 6 for 14 yards. He was sacked 5 times for the Browns on 11 dropbacks, Buck.
He felt like he was playing at Colorado again, getting his
Honestly.
jersey retired.
You would think he's got so much experience running for his life with those
Yes.
horrible Colorado lines that he had that he would kind of know what to do. He looked terrible. He's the only quarterback to take 5 or more sacks on less than 15 dropbacks in any preseason game in a decade. So he was great in game 1, missed game 2, not great in game 3. And, they've already announced that Flacco is the starter in Cleveland, but he's trying to be the backup, and that's not going to help him very much.
Little Hands Pickett had a better day not playing.
Yeah. And, oh, by the way, Shiloh Sanders, the brother,
Yeah, he got cut.
he got ejected from the preseason game on Saturday because he threw a punch. Probably not a good idea if you're like undrafted free agent on the cusp of making a team. Probably shouldn't get tossed for punching somebody in a game.
I saw that.
And that's what he did. And then the next day he got cut. So tough weekend for the Prime family, Buck.
Yeah, he'll be on the staff with Deion at Colorado this season.
You're probably right there. All right, a couple more fun stories here. Quick shout out, by the way, to the Hecht Law Firm, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Austin, Texas, USA, America. If you get hurt in a car wreck, or if you know somebody who gets hurt in a car wreck or injured on the job, reach out to Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney. A friend of mine for more than a decade, a guy who's been fighting for justice and big results here in Central Texas for a decade. Guy who's going to be there for you every step of the way. Don't let the insurance companies push you around. If you get seriously hurt in a car accident, he's going to fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. You're dealing with enough trying to get your life back on track and trying to get healthy. Let Hurricane Hecht fight the insurance companies and get you the money that, once again, you deserve. The best part, you don't pay unless he wins your case. That's right. He's that confident. You don't pay a single dime until he gets money in your pocket. Give him a call. Maybe a good idea to put this number in your phone so you have it ready whenever you need him. It's 512-938-8929, or you can find him online at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
I saw that our friends out at Coda will have NASCAR out there again this year.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, man.
You been to NASCAR at Coda before?
I was at the first one. I haven't been since. I'm NASCAR, Daytona, watch it on TV guy. I'm not go to the event guy.
Okay. All right.
I don't mind watching it. It's like, with Formula One, I've been out there a couple times, but I like MotoGP. I like to see all that leather. I like to see all that leather out there,
I like watching the guy riders wearing the leather.
No. Wrong.
Oh, man.
And they're gearing up too. Syntex tickets. If you can't get your tickets from Dakota, if you're having problems, Syntex tickets. Shelby and the gang there will have tickets for you for sure. Dakota's got plenty of events happening out that way. Boy, that Saturday night concert is going to be fabulous.
Oh, all three. I mean, Kygo Friday, Garth Brooks Saturday, Turnpike Sunday. When we get to F1 weekend in October, I mean, it's gonna be must see. Plus, there's no Georgia game at home, so you can actually go this year.
Sweet.
Yeah, shout out Dakota. It's gonna be a fun weekend there in a bit. All right, couple fun stories, Buck, to wrap things up. I've been watching football for a long time. Not as long as you. You're celebrating your 60th opening game week of your life. But I learn something new every time I watch football, and I learn something new from commentators when I, listen to a broadcast, right?
You learned stuff from Beth Moen?
I learned that I hate listening to Beth Mowens.
Okay.
So I guess, I don't know if I learned that. I guess I relearned that. I've known that.
Relearned it over and over again?
I relearned where the mute button on my remote control is.
Oh, God.
Here's so this is the Kansas-Fresno State game. Of course, I'm watching this. And I heard something. It's Tim Brando, yikes, and Devin Gardner on the call. And this is in the fourth quarter. Kansas is up 31-7. Game's basically over. There's a holding penalty. Kansas has the ball. It's an offensive holding penalty on an offensive line, whatever. Here is Devin Gardner, the color commentator, explaining what happened, and I want to get your thoughts on it.
It's a healthy gain, about a yard shy of a first down, but hold everything.
So they're going to get a hold on Amir Herring, and this is a bad call.
56, offense, 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay first down.
Tim, I want to see you be the judge here. This is a man finishing another man, right? And I don't know if you should be punished for that.
I've never heard that one used.
This is a man finishing another man, right? And I don't know if you should be punished for that.
They both got a little giggle out of that. Tim got a little giggle out of that too. He's wishing he had his other guy with him so they'd show you how they danced in the studio. There's a man finishing another man. Wow.
There's a man finishing on another man, perhaps, with that one. But that I've never heard
this
that.
This is a man finishing another man, right? And I don't know if you should be punished for that.
So my question is, Buck, you know the game better than I do. Should a man be punished for finishing another man on the football field? Is that against the rule?
Only in Hawaii. Only if a game's played in Hawaii can a man finish another man. Yeah, it's just you can't do that.
It's legal.
Stateside like this, you can't do it. Yeah, it's illegal here.
In the continental U.S., you're not allowed to finish another man.
Only on the island can you get away with that.
I did watch the Stanford-Hawaii game. I did not see any of that going on.
No men were finishing other men?
I mean, if you're blind and you're, I guess you're not really watching the game, but if you're tuned into the telecast.
This is a man finishing another man, right? And I don't know if you should be punished for that.
I don't know if you should. I don't know if you're going to say that. Don't giggle behind it, because that doesn't help out the situation. Just say it and move on. Some things are better. Some things are better left unsaid. But if you say them, there's don't giggle behind it. Say it and move. Go on to the next. Go on to your dance moves with Tim. You know, how does Tim get involved in this stuff?
I'll just say it. I don't think it's against the rules to finish another man. Like, I think Devin has a point here. Like, I don't think there should be a penalty or a punishment for doing that. Is there somewhere, unless you could show me something in the rule book that says that's a 10-yard penalty or some sort of infraction, then I think he's on to something there, sir. I don't know.
I've never used that lingo. I've used a lot of different terminology on the radio, broadcasting. I've never used that one. That one has never come close to coming out of my mouth.
Oh, you have said
Maybe
shove it down there.
I may add finishing the block, you know.
Yeah. You've used some questionable phrases like shoving it down to their throats and
those kind of things,
sticking it up the rear and like putting it in their mouth until they cry. These are terms that you have used on this
so forth.
Yeah, so maybe it's just part of the game. Again, I'm learning something new every time I turn on college football. So there you go. See what these guys think.
That's why AI is going to take over right there because of that.
That's
cleaning somebody's clock.
Yeah, there's another one, cleaning somebody's clock. That's a good one.
Clock.
Make sure you throw that L in there, Wags.
Oh yeah, it's a strong L. It's a strong L. Let me say that it's a strong L.
It's doing a lot of work in that expression there. I think
the old double team.
Good week. Hey, we made it, guys. We made it. It's here. It's upon us.
Finally.
Oh yeah.
Look at you guys all dapered up. What did you guys plan this? Wearing the same shit?
It's game week.
Got to go, man.
Did everybody get that shirt but me?
We're in the icy whites today. You need
to go over to Jay over at Sue Patrick. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information and get one. Hey, this is game gear here, man.
That's right.
Too many MREs instead of the game shirts. My bad there.
Definitely gave you one of these shirts last year, Wags. I know you've got either the white or the orange. Everyone got one, so I know you got it.
Yes, your son is wearing that somewhere around the neighborhood.
He's probably wearing it because I'm going to tell you something right now. It is not in my ward. I definitely would have worn it. It's not in my wardrobe.
Come on, Sue Patrick. Well, I think we'll be out there later this week doing a show.
Hey, there we go. I'll pick one up.
Need some government cheese and get ready for the
Oh
Texas
yeah,
football.
baby.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pop
Got
in
my
and get
mug
a
already. It's time,
Hey.
boys. Hey, what'd you think? Did you guys go out to Ireland?
No.
I went to Fort Worth.
Game out in Ireland?
No, we
I
didn't
was,
go
too,
to
I was too
Ireland.
busy watching Tommy Fleetwood's.
Yeah. Rodney, how about that
My
guy?
man.
Are you ready to start hating on him now for the Ryder Cup? Now we can start hating on that little dude.
And when Scotty was on 14 or 13, I thought he was gonna surge, right? Yeah. He hit like he hit this awesome shot, and then the next shot he goes right into the drink, and then it's just done. It's over.
Scotty was slamming.
Can't catch me either.
Scotty was slamming his club all weekend. He was pissed. He
was all over the place.
6-foot putts. He was off his game.
I wish my off days looked like his. I wish my off days were quite like that.
I mean, I get why Scotty's so pissed. They changed the rules to screw him over. Remember last year, if you were in first place in the FedEx Cup going into the final weekend, you started with an advantage on the scoreboard over everybody else.
Yeah,
this year it's like
Tommy Fleetwood said, "I'm glad they changed the
loser. We have to let the loser, Tommy Fleetwood, have a chance. So let's just change the rules, and everyone's going to suck on purpose so he can win."
And he almost gave it away too. He did.
Well, everybody else screwed up. I mean, everybody else was falling apart.
It's wrestling, boys. Golf has become wrestling. I'm going back to live. Congrats to John Rahm and his
BK, don't do it.
Team championship.
When is the real? I saw they were playing somewhere. They were playing at some community center playground or whatever.
Those dudes were all in pants yesterday. What were no shit
at the YMCA?
I know that you play the course, right? I know you play the course, but if like DJ and all the other guys were over here from Live in PGA, would Scotty still be having the same success or the same run that he's had? Because I mean, you're not playing the other golfers; you're playing the course, right? But it's still, I mean, other golfers in the competition are gonna, make the results a little bit different. But I'm just saying, would Scotty? Do you think Scotty still had this glorious run that he's gone, or this crazy run that he's gone on the past couple of years?
I think he'd have more competition because those guys would be playing against better competition every week instead of playing in shorts and flowered shirts without collars and things like that, and jamming to LL Cool J or whatever. I mean,
they're cozy.
Well, I think what it is, Buck, when Scotty had to do hard time, I think that changed everything. And it gave him that killer instinct. I mean, when you go to the can, man, that changes everything.
Well, wasn't this back? Didn't he have that problem at Atlanta last year? Was it Atlanta?
Can? No, it was like Charlotte where he got arrested.
Yeah, where he got arrested.
It wasn't Atlanta. It wasn't somewhere in Atlanta. It was Charlotte.
He might have got arrested in Atlanta too. We just don't know about it.
Louisville or Lexington.
Louisville, yeah. That's where he's not. He's never going. That's right. He's not going to Kentucky Derby, so he won't be going there. But he'll go to Atlanta. Dude, it looked hot at that place too. There's too much water. Hey, there's too much water around that golf course.
I agree.
I agree. Whatever. I'm mad about it. Here's Tommy Fleetwood, by the way. We'll pay him his respects and let him talk on the show.
I think I'm proud of what I've done before. Whether I've won or not, I've still been proud of my career and where I've been so far, knowing that I still have a long way to go and a lot to learn. And this doesn't change that, really. This is just hopefully one win, the first of many to come. You can't win plenty if you don't win the first one. And I'm just so happy that I got it done and happy with my work ethic. And I'll continue to try and get better and try and be the best I can be.
Well, I was so excited because Shane Lowry and Justin Rose, they were all waiting for him at the end there. And I was getting ready to put my USA cap on, get ready for Ryder Cup now. New York is going to be ugly to those dudes.
Does Fleetwood go on a little bit of a run here now that he's got the loss off his back?
The season's over.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I think he'll be fine. I mean, the guy he's won over like $30 million. His runner-ups and third place in his career. It's not like that guy's in the poorhouse. I won over $30 million.
Yeah.
Still, I mean, to capture the one spot,
Yeah.
Way to go, golf. Way to go, Golf. You just had a 9-8 team win the Super Bowl. Hope you're proud of
I
yourself.
knew that was coming. I knew that was coming.
Ridiculous. A 4-loss team has won the college football national title. That's what's happened here. Way to go. Hope you're proud of yourself, PGA.
Texas Tech just won the national championship in football. Thank you very much.
You know what? I could tell yesterday that the NBA is going to be on NBC because I don't care if LeBron wants Tommy Fleetwood to win. Enough with the LeBron stuff. They mentioned it, right? Oh, by the way, don't forget NBA back on NBC.
It's going to be this Ryder Cup. Everybody thinks that everybody will be rooting for Tommy Fleetwood when he gets to New York. They'll be so ugly. The ugly Americans will come out for the Ryder Cup, and it's going to be great.
Oh, live music.
All the Happy Gilmore fans.
Oh, the Happy Gilmore fans. It'll be crazy there.
Coming up in September, I think like a month from today. It's the 25th or 26th of September. It's like it'll be here before you know it. But
that's great. You can count.
And you can count on me seeing y'all tomorrow on Texas Sports.
Hey, Shooter. Thanks, Shooter.
We'll be there.
Boys, listen, have a great day.
You guys want to go to Shoney's? My treat.
Shoney's.
Shoney's.
Shoney's. Guys, we made it. Let me some sugar. Let me some sugar. I'm your effing neighbor. We got it, boys. We got it. Game week. Blood pressure's through the roof already, man. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on brand X/Twitter. Partner in crime, R Rodney Rodriguez. Hit him up on brand X at the at the Rodney R. And then on Instaface at the _Rodney R. And then I'm on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. And then hit us up on that code of text line 512-222-9328. Bring your 22s with us as you smash that number down. All right, buddy, where you want to go first, man? We got a lot to unpack. We had football on the rise, week 0, going out to Dublin. Did you see any of the Washington, or excuse me, did you see any of the Kansas State and Iowa State game?
I watched the whole damn thing, and I got to tell the crowd, because I know that I promised on Friday that I was going to go to the Cracker Barrel to see what the clientele.
Catch me. How was your weekend? What did you do on your weekend of botchery?
I didn't. No, I was working, so I didn't go to the Cracker Barrel.
So sometimes that really doesn't matter, but
it usually doesn't matter. But so I didn't go to the Cracker Barrel because I'd forgotten about the Saturday game, so I had to go find a sports bar. And it's like you could tell over there in Big D DFW that football season didn't matter who it was going to be playing. I go to an establishment to get in there that opened at 11, and there was a line of people that wanted to go watch Iowa State and Kansas State.
Oh yeah,
just to see football. You know what I took out of that game?
Just to have it back, right?
Yeah, it didn't matter who it was.
Have it on in the background. You know, they don't even have to be your teams, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, the bartender there is like screaming and shit, and I'm like, dude, did you go to one of these schools? No, man, I'm just glad football's back. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. But it was like, it proved one thing: the Big 12 is going to be interesting. Big 12 is going to be interesting, I think.
I honestly thought Kansas State was going to win that game, and then just they're so tested, man. Campbell's Crusaders, they're just. I mean, what can you say? Like, and then Rocco back too. Hansen being able. Now Hansen didn't start out strong, right? But Hansen being able to finish and having some strong runs at the end of the game in that mucky mess there of a field. Just
wasn't it?
That's it too, right? It was week 0 football, right? Not just with the torrential downpours or the field conditions too. Sure, that added to the sloppiness, right? Like it dampered the passing game a little bit, and I thought opened the door for Rocco Beck to show his versatility, man, and then allowing again just what I alluded to, man, Hansen to be able to come on into the late games and start pounding the rock in late games situations like you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to make people pay. And then Johnson being able to hit a late home run, to kind of keep this thing close. It was kind of looking like Iowa State's game, and then all of a sudden Kansas State narrows the margins just by a little bit to make the Cousins happy out there in New Jersey, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great. I mean, again, it was a slot. It looked like week 0 football, right? But it was good to have football back.
Hey, man, I was just glad to have something of relevance, something that counted was the main thing. Jason, I've got a Cracker Barrel here in Round Rock. I'll go do that. I forgot about the football, but I did walk out and walk past the Cracker Barrel. A lot of lifted trucks, a lot of 4x4s and stuff. So I'm assuming that's not my people or the brothers in those trucks, but we will confirm all that. But I'll tell you what, at the end right there, like what you're talking about, when Kansas State answers, Matt Campbell is a really, really good football coach. When we talk about clock management and play calling, when you're trying to preserve, it would have been real easy for them to try to pad that lead, especially with what Kansas State did on that touchdown, that it would have been really easy for them to go down there and try to push. The way like what you're talking about, the way he tailed the offense back, managed the clock, and preserved the win.
All they needed to do was just get out of Ireland, right?
That's it. That's it. And to see that, it's like, okay, that's how you manage a football game right there. When you see all the bad clock management, because we sit here usually on Mondays and you come back and it's like clock management. So-and-so, they screwed the pooch on clock management. That was ideally how you do that right there. And it was just wet, ugly football game when it started out, man. And Kansas State, I think it was who was it that was down at the goal line and they tried the toss, sweep, and fumble? I think
it was the Wildcats. I think you're right.
Yeah, it was Kansas State. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, turn around and hand the football and just run it up.
Simple. What we talk about simplicity when you're down in the red zone, right? So especially when you're adding torrential downpour or you're adding a weather inclement to it. Just reduce the playbook, keep it simple, turn around and hand the damn thing off like you just said. It's not hard. It's not right. It's really not rocket science. What happens is when you start to complicate things, that's when things go awry, right? When you start getting in your own way. So when you start charging it.
Shortly thereafter, Iowa State goes down the field. They get in the red zone. What do? Turn around, hand the damn football off. Just stick it in his gut. Say, don't fumble it.
Also, and that's it. Back to that, right? Like, I was wondering who was going to emerge as the wide receivers for Iowa State. Like, I knew that they would have a decent ground and pound, right? And then you sought to see that you started seeing that towards the latter portion of the game, right? Chris Hansen starting to say, "Why don't you take a seat?" As people started to tackle him, right? It's Carson Hansen. But anyways, he went for 71, but it didn't look like he was going to have that great of a day towards the beginning or not even towards the beginning of it, even at halftime. Numbers weren't exactly great. Again, looking for someone to emerge from the wide receiver room. But, of course, with the weather being the way it was, you can expect to be dampered down just a little bit. But we were treated to a dandy, at least for me, a nice little Big 12 opener. 24-21. 24-21 was the outcome.
Yeah. And the second half.
And then, of course, Avery Johnson's numbers look a little bit better with that, last heroic touchdown in the fourth quarter to make it, to a 3-point game. But again, they were kind of getting blown the hell away in the third quarter. And then that last hurrah in the fourth made it, hey, man, did you see that awesome game in Dublin? It wasn't exactly. Yeah, it was. It was great. It was great. It was week 0. We were there.
I was listening to the radio. They were recapping the game, and they said we were treated to an epic game, which for one thing, epic is overused.
Thank you for saying that.
It's like,
but you know what? Epic in being, the ambiance, the atmosphere, it being over in Ireland, international scenery, we'll say that. And sure, bring on Michael Flatley and start, doing some tap dancing and shit. Or what do they do? It's Irish jig. Do some Irish jig dance with Lords of the Flatbush or whatever the hell. Actually, Lords of the Flatbush is I think that's a skateboard movie from back in the 80s or whatever about Pal Peralta. I'm all over the place on this Monday morning quarterback edition. Where are we going next, partner?
Kind of the other thing. The other thing that
I'm gonna tell you the cream rises to the top.
The other thing to touch on there, I really thought that whoever lost that game, whatever manner that they lost it, they've already dug themselves a hole. I think with the Big 12, because I think that the Big 12, to sit there and kind of beat each other up. I mean, I still kind of think it's Baylor.
We didn't go over did we do a Big 12 rundown?
No, we haven't. And I think as much as we don't care about the Big 12, I do. I think the Big 12 is going to be an intriguing conference. And I know we've got.
Will you always
got our
the
game
Big 12, even though the Texas isn't no longer in the Big 12, just because of I guess the time spent in the Big 12? Will you always kind of follow the Big 12 if it's watching Texas Tech? Even if it's not watching Texas Tech or somebody that's a school from Texas, will a game like Kansas State, Iowa State always intrigue you?
I think so, because I want to see what the Cougars do. I want to see what Texas Tech does. I want to see what TCU does. I mean, I still got that whole Southwest Conference thing in the back of my head. So I think I'll just genuinely follow that conference for as long as we're in this current environment of college football, because there's no clear, like with the SEC, it's very top heavy, and the Big Ten is very top heavy. This one's just going to produce really good, unpredictable football, I think. And I think that's the main reason I'll keep
there's, I mean, you think you might have an idea with, Arizona State, but, or of course you'll have some stalwarts at the top there, but somebody usually surprises you or can surprise you out of the Big 12. I don't feel that way about the Big 12, right? But I do feel that way about like the AC. I felt that way about the ACC with Maryland, right? But I don't feel that way about the Big 12 with Texas. And maybe that's just because Maryland in ACC football or basketball was all I knew growing up, right? And that's why I guess I stayed associated or stayed connected to the ACC, I guess, a little bit more than the Big Ten. But I don't feel that connection or association now with to the Big 12 with Texas leaving, right? Even though we've been, Texas was in the Big 12 for as long as it was. I don't know. It's just like it. They're just there. It's just a weird. It's like a void. You know what I mean? It's just there. It's weird. It's a weird feeling. But yeah, no, the feeling for the ACC is still there. It's epic. I would say
it's epic. That's an epic thought right there. And I think my epic moment would be if we could Epic Monday. We'll have to start calling this Epic Monday. I think my Epic Monday or epic moment would be if you still get A&M, Texas, Baylor, TCU, SMU, Houston, Texas Tech. If somehow they're all playing each other again, maybe it's because high school kicks off. We got the Taco Shack Bowl around here no, I take that back. It's not called that anymore, but you got the high school ranks starting up, all about the rivalries right there.
That's still at House Park. Does House Park always host? Does that always host the first game of the season?
Yeah, it's McCallum and Anderson, but it's not the Taco Shack Bowl. It's called something else. Hell, even that got sold to somebody else, I guess. It's like, damn, man, come on. But the high school ranks start. I've had a lot of folks texting me, hey, we scrimmaged the other day. I'm like, that's great. Week 1, let's see how you do. But anyway, it was just really good to see something that counted. It's like, okay, this one here is like for real. For real, man.
Dylan Edwards, man. I gotta tell you, Dylan Edwards didn't do much. We had a fumble. Yeah, like the thing, he might be banged up too. I might have missed that, as a matter of fact.
Boy, they were really hammering in about that smoke, weren't they? All the pyrotechnics that were going on. It was very smoky. I thought that was like fog. I thought it was fog at first, and then when they kept saying about the smoke, I'm like, okay, well, I guess that smoke hung around a quarter and a half. It's like, damn, mighty thick. But the second half, and it was definitely a tale of two games, because the second half was a little bit more, not quite epic.
It was like the first round of a fight, right? It was like people were, the two teams were trying to figure each other out, trying to get their legs underneath of them. And then again, I go back to the weather too, right? I go back to acclimation, right? Even though you don't, you're probably not dying of heat or exhaustion out there too, right? It's weird to go on a home game, or it's weird to go away from a home game, right? Or when you're on the road and just in your country, right? Now you're going internationally. You're taking all these, different moving variables in consideration here, right? I think all of that plays into effect whenever especially when you're a college kid, right? I very rarely have I left the country, right? I can't imagine these kids have left the country that much. There's probably a lot of distractions too, right? And probably going to take a half of football to get your legs underneath of you, or just get your bearings down, I would think.
They gave the stat on there, and again, I was in a loud space, so I didn't exactly hear it, but of how many kids had to get a passport because they had never left. And they were like, these schools have done a great job to go in there and control this because these kids hadn't traveled. And that's, and the crazy part is you come back and you got to play again this week. I mean, there's no bye week.
Oh, yeah, there's no rest. You turn it right around and get ready to strap on, man.
I was talking to a guy at the place where I was watching the game, and we were talking Texas, Ohio State. I said, yeah, I do some radio back in Austin. He goes, you guys, Texas, you're afraid to play Ohio State at night. I said, bitch, the game was never TBA. The game was set at 11.
That Texas is afraid, huh?
And this was a Texas guy. This was a guy, a Texan. This is a guy sitting there with his kid, because his kid was telling me, oh, man, I just put out my Hubble. I'm a quarterback. He told me where. I'm like, whatever. So I'm like, come on, man, lay off of that. Quit that playing at night stuff. That's
Rodney, that I don't give two shits about what people think.
It was funny to hear that. Anyway, so Texas, Ohio State this week, man.
Yeah, buddy. Just treated a nice little week 0, little opener up, and now we got week 1 here, man.
It's kind of like
go down the entire slate this week too, dude.
Isn't that great? I mean, we had the fried pickles on Saturday. We had the appetizer. We had the Dublin Bowl or whatever they called it. We had that and all the other little games that were played, and now here we go, and we're gonna fire off with Clemson, LSU, Texas, Ohio State. Damn, man.
How was that? The Lingus Classic or something like that?
Something like that.
Lingus class. I can't remember off the top of my Lingus something. I gotta look it up. But yeah, I guess that's what the game in Dublin was. The Lingus. Let me hold on. Now it's gonna drive me nuts.
The one dude I heard on the radio said it was the epic game. Not so.
The Aer Lingus Classic.
Nice. There you go. What is Aer Lingus?
I don't
airline?
know. I guess, yeah, Aer Lingus. Yeah, I mean, it's spelt, like Irish people would spell it too. It looks like Aer Lingus. I can't talk like Conor McGregor. All right, where do you want to go next, dude?
So let's kind of jump into Texas, Ohio State. So here we are on Monday of game week, and our
number 2 coaches poll. Number 2 coaches poll, Ohio State. Number 1, Texas.
It works out perfect because we have all week to break down.
Like somebody planned it or something.
Who in the hell came up with that? Was that one of our interns or who?
Probably it was probably Brock. It was probably Brock.
Where is Brock? Well, Brock comes out at football season, so I'm assuming we'll see Brock. I bet Brock will be at the pregame party, the pregame live party.
Brock's usually at the party.
East Village, yeah, 3500 East Palmer Lane, 9 a.m. It kicks off. Big screen TVs, food trucks, drinks, all that cool stuff. The pregame will be there. I bet intern Brock will be there 9 o'clock on Palmer Lane.
Last week, Ohio State they had some news, right? They named their starting quarterback to take over for Howard. Okay, it's going to be Justin Sayin. Where are you at with Sayin here moving forward? And do you think that one, of course, the quarterback matters, but with the wide receiver room that Ohio State has, how much trouble do you think or Texas should be moving forward into this week with Sayin?
We're talking about Julian. I'm just saying.
Julian Sayin. Thank you. I said Justin. Thank you.
Julian. I'm just saying. Here's what I'm just saying. I think what I'm hoping the Texas offense comes out and throws every look at this guy. I mean, I want to see shifts along the front line. I want to see linebackers moving around. I think that's what you do, because if I'm Ryan Day and this Ohio State staff, I'm going to ease him in. I mean, I'm going to try to get him comfortable, because conceivably it's the same thing with Arch, but it's just that Arch actually has some playing time. I know I'm just saying guy was highly ranked whatever, but he's coming in here against this defense. I think PK, you throw everything at this dude and rattle him, make him lean on the running game. And I think
which they lost Henderson too, right?
Yep.
And they lost Judkins, so they got to replace their entire backfield. It looked like they're gonna go with a sophomore with Peoples, but they also brought in a West Virginia transfer. The name's just eluding me right now. But yeah, Ohio State, you want to try and force them to kind of lean on the run there, but also what the lack of experience that Sand has, right? What if he's rushed so fiercely from the edge, and I don't know, maybe some fumbles happen, some strip sacks happen from one Colin Simmons? What if you plug the holes, plug the middle up? What if you're PK and you strategize to go with a little pass rush, little violence, little aggression off the edge there? Have some Simmons come around there, do a little strip sack. Now we create our own turnovers. I think it's a nice little piece to get the thing going there, Rodney.
And the thing about it is, I have enough confidence in this secondary. I think a lot of the offensive line and secondary seem to be the two areas where there's some concern.
I'm more confident with the secondary than I am with the offensive line.
Me too.
Right? And I know that sounds crazy, right? You can mask the defensive secondary a little bit better with a strong pass rush, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you can give them a little bit of reprieve, okay? The offensive line, like that's the spotlight's on you, right? You're the lead of the show. You're the star of the show every day, every play, man. You really can't hide anything on that line, because what happens if something falls or something fails up front, it's usually going to trickle down into the backfield, or something's going to happen. The play's going to go back instead of forward. So again, but with defense, you can mask a little bit of the secondary with a decent pass rush.
Absolutely, and that's why I think that you can go in there and you can use the linebackers. I mean, whether it be blitz packages, whatever the case may be, because I think the secondary, questionable or not, I think is good enough that if you get that pressure on there and make him throw hurried balls or get him out of the pocket or get Sand on the move, that the secondary is good enough to cover that, or however you scheme this, where you drop a linebacker back into the middle of the field that's going to be able to fall back into some kind of mid-range pass coverage. I think that's where you're able to do this. And again, this is why, as we've gotten closer to game week, where I've been saying about, I'm really happy that this is game one and you're not playing Ohio State in the middle of the season, because it is. You get this young guy that's come out. And the quarterback battle, it's a couple of new guys, but Arch does have that little bit of an experience. And even though it may have been against the Road Runners or whatever you want to call that, Mississippi State, the fact is he has real game speed coverage or time on the field. This other dude doesn't, and Texas needs to take full advantage of that and just bring it early and bring it often, rattle him. And the other thing, what you do with that is you take that crowd at the horseshoe out of it. They're going to be fired up, dude. They're raising banners and all this shit.
How do you do that? That's kind of what I was envisioning, right? Like, how do you take the basically air out of the sails, right? And strip turnovers. It's like you got to dial something up. And it's what you're kind of alluding to, right? You have to be able to come on. Don't be afraid to blitz, right? Don't be afraid to be aggressive with it on defense. If you think that you can dial something up and get to the quarterback, do it, PK. Because if you can set the tone that way and take all the life and the pulse right out of the horseshoe, that's they've just lost advantage. They've just lost home field advantage. That's what you used to be able to do to LSU, right? When LSU was so deadly, or they're still deadly, but like Death Valley, right? It's such a tough place to play, but if you can shock the shit out of them early, man, you got a chance in Death Valley, right? Because that place gets absolutely nuts, man.
It is.
But yeah, it's the same way everywhere, right? I would imagine the horseshoe's the same way.
Yeah. And I think the thing with this is if it is, depending on what they try to do, whether they come out and they kind of, you never know, man. When you've got somebody like Jeremiah Smith, you may come out and throw the deep
and
ball.
Tate, we keep talking about Smith, but we don't mention Tate too. Like, Tate's pretty damn good on the other side of that field, right? Like, you're not just throwing to Smith. Like, Tate's pretty nasty as well. So,
and I've always been of the opinion, and again, I've never been a football coach. I wanted to be one when I was a kid, but I've studied football, and now the way that football has changed, I really think that if you want to give this dude some confidence, want to let him air one out early. Don't try the underneath shit with this.
That's where I was going to go. I was going to say do the underneath shit. I was going to say build it up, man. Let him get a little bit of a rhythm first, and then do a play action, and then let him release, man.
I think that I've always thought that that's where, with a new quarterback, that's where you're more apt to get picked off. Or
what, in the short game?
in the short game, short game, because you're going to have linebackers crashing. You're going to have
I see that too, right? Or you throw a timing route. You when a guy's doing a hitch or a guy's
throw
doing
it behind a guy,
doing a comeback, right? And
yeah,
he telegraphs his pass, and then the defensive back breaks on it quickly, and then it's a pick six. I can see that,
and it's
you
like
don't make the right read or some shit like that, right?
Yeah, or a linebacker or a cornerback times or safety times it right and is able to come up and time it perfect. On the deep ball, give him a deep drop. You got a speedster going down there. Throw this thing out. If it's not there, overthrow it.
Or it could be a long interception and it ends up being a punt
or pin him back.
There's a lot more optimism that way. But again, I've always just been subscribe to the ideology of keep it simple, right? Just allow a young quarterback or a new quarterback to get into a rhythm, right? And once he starts getting a good vibe for it, then open the playbook up just a little bit and then let him eat.
Yeah. You let him do that, and I think the other thing that's going to be key, kind of to a couple of points that we're talking about here, when it comes to the crowd.
Damn, it's back, baby.
I'm just glad to be talking about a game
that's hard.
5 days.
My nipples are hard.
That's coming up in 5 days. We've been talking about this game, and it's like, well, it's coming up in about 6 months.
Countdown, baby. It's here. You know what I mean? Just like nothing. It's here. I knew we'd make it.
Oh man, but the other thing about it, you get the crowd out of it. If it's going to lean on the running game, if it's going to, even if it's going to the underneath, what you're talking about, I mean. Keep them behind the sticks. Keep them behind the chains. If they run the ball, TFLs are so big.
And we'll break down the offense tomorrow, and then the Texas offense tomorrow, and then the Texas defense on Wednesday. But just as a Monday morning quarterback and overview of this thing, for plan of attack, the only thing that kind of gives me concern is the ability for Sand to kind of connect with either Tate or Smith, right? I'm not exactly or not too concerned with their ground and pound or their running attack. It's that home run ball that you were kind of just alluding to from Sand as well, right? Like I think the defense is I think we're gonna pick up off the success or build off the success that we had last season. I know we got to supplement a little bit on that defensive line here, and the secondary, but I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem, right? Like I think that we'll be able to keep the running game intact. The only thing that gives me a little bit of scare, right, or I have some pause or I guess reservation is, if we're looking in the backfield too much and we're focused on the play action and that deep ball comes to bite us in the ass. That's really the only thing. And these wide receivers can do that to you too, right? It doesn't matter how good the secondaries can be or needs to play. Both of these wide receivers have the ability to be playing on Sunday and to blow the doors and get vertical on you. They're that good. So
they do.
Sand's got a nice little place to come into. So
oh yeah, you get into this situation and you are definitely putting yourself in a good spot. But I'm just very on a water cooler Monday. I'm just very confident in the rush and the linebacker and the edge to rattle this guy. And it really is.
I'll tell you what, Lee Castle Rock doesn't get rattled, Rodney. Men finishing other men. Nipples are hard. Great comments this morning. We love it. Great content. We love you, Lee Castle Rock. Thank you. Go CV. Go CV, Lee. Go CV.
And it really is. I mean, it's the same thing on the other side because with Arch, I mean, that's a really good defense that he's facing. And I can't wait.
I think our ground and pound's more intact, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we got to replace an offensive line, right? Like that's crazy to say with replacing the trenches, but I mean, at least like Baxter's nasty. We know Baxter can be nasty when he's healthy, right? And we know what Weiser is. Weiser's just a little effing wrecking ball. And then Gibson, man, we got some studs in that backfield too. So I don't know. I think it is a little bit similar, like you're saying, but I would think that Texas and maybe this is the homer coming out of me here, right? I think Texas has the advantage in the rushing attack, right? I don't necessarily think we have the advantage in the wide receiver room, but I think we have the advantage with the passing attack.
Yeah. And see, this is where I think it's opposite because the narrative has been you've got two new quarterbacks, and for the longest we've heard, well, Arch hasn't Arch hasn't shown anything. Well, he's shown more than I'm just saying.
Yeah, I got more. We got more film on March than we do of saying. Right?
Absolutely. I'm just saying. But the thing is, I think that. I mean, I really think.
How many times are we going to? We need to do a bet on that, like an over under. How many times we're going to hear? I'm just saying every time he throws a touchdown pass.
Well, if they do, they need to be
or every time he makes a play, right? Julian, I'm just saying. I guarantee Gus Johnson goes to the well with that one at least 3 or 4 times.
That son of a bitch. He's going to steal my line. And
he did it to me too, buddy. Hey, tip of the cap there to our guy. Deuce Vaughn.
He looked good, right? He looked good.
Deuce Vaughn in the Sunday game there, man.
He looked good, man. I think that, hey, Jaden Blue with the touchdown. Well, and then he gets hurt.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. But we got to ask Nick about that. I think everything's okay.
I talked to some people on Sunday when I was leaving DFW, and I'm like, "Well, what'd you think of your team last night?" Yeah, Cowboys looked a little livelier. The backup quarterback,
baby.
Backup quarterback. It's like, well, yeah, but we still got to sign Micah. I was like, oh, well, yeah, that's good. Did you hear Jerry talking about the Little Rascals?
No, damn it! And you know what, man? I'll let you down. I had it queued up too on Saturday night. The America's Team documentary or whatever, not America's Team, but is that what it's called? America's Team?
The Gambler.
That's what it's called, The Gambler, huh? All right.
Trying to be Kenny Rogers.
I meant to watch the damn thing on Saturday night, but I failed you, man.
I've got the Little Rascal sound from Jerry Jones. I'll play it for you tomorrow because we've got too much today. But anyway, right quick, maybe a couple of sponsor shout outs. I got to talk about our great friends at Covert Bee Cave. Do you need a new or pre-owned whip? Are you driving to this game? Well, if you are, maybe a covert vehicle. If you're going to wait and tailgate for the next home game, maybe you do that as well. Here are our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
Football season is here, and we couldn't be more excited.
We are gearing up for the games and wishing all our favorite teams an incredible season.
At Covert Bee Cave, we know how much you love football. That's why we're offering unbeatable deals on all our vehicles this summer.
So whether you're road tripping to the game or having a watch party, make sure you arrive in style with a vehicle from Covert Bee Cave. Let's play some football, y'all.
And when you were here in Austin, make sure. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now. Not ever.
No, they don't. When you are here in Austin, make sure you look up our friend Ryan Hecht. That's right. If you are out and fighting crime, or you need somebody to help you fight crime with you, maybe you got a little crypto and your little dog too, and you're going after, maybe you get bit by a dog or something. It's all deadly, and it's all done with Ryan Hurricane Hecht. That's right. He is your personal go-to attorney right here in Austin. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans against those damn Buckeyes. That's right. Ryan's not just a lawyer through and through, though. He's a Longhorn through and through. And he brings the same pride and passion to the courtroom. And in a car accident, or you got to deal with some stupid-ass Buckeyes, you got to give Hurricane Hecht the call. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht puts the green in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with the clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you if you call him today. 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. That's Ryan at HechtLawFirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
That's right. We're touching on fall, man. I was out this morning. I had to put. I've got a bulk pickup.
Touching you, touching me.
I touch myself.
Oh, who is that? Who's I touch myself?
That's the Divinals. I throw you off every time with that one, with the Divinals.
I would think it's Roxette.
That's right. You said that the last time.
I would think it's Roxette.
It must have been Love, but it's over now, is Roxette. And the other one, the Joyride.
Come on, now touch me, baby.
Hey, if you're looking now, it's cooler. It's cooler if you want to spend some time out on the patio. You want to do an outdoor thing. Hey, you got to call our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Or you're doing something indoors. You need a kitchen renovation, living room renovation, a bathroom renovation like we did. It is McCall Custom Homes, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. For 40 years, over 40 years, This father and son team has been doing it right here in the ATX, adding value to your home. Really, really good stuff that they will do for you. And hey, you need that estimate? Be sure and mention TSU. Call or text our man Mike at 512-633-9580, and he'll come out himself and take a look at your project and get you the idea of what's going to happen. And like I've mentioned so many times, it's not only that, it's the great folks that work with McCall Custom Homes. Those trades come out, they tell you what they're going to be doing that day, and they're for one thing, they're on time. They tell you I'm coming at 8:30 Texas, they're going to show up at 8:25 and get all over your stuff. Yeah, you got to check these guys out. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, 512-633-9580. Get a hold of our man Mike. 40 years proud right here in the Austin area. Like they 5-star rated, Better Business
You
Bureau.
might even get a golf tip too. You might even get some golf pointers.
Get a golf tip. He will take care of you. Mike McCall would kick Tommy Fleetwood's ass. Put them dudes one-on-one. McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hey man, so the third cup of coffee is kicking in, or it's kicked in, and I got to use the bathroom really bad. I'm like shaking here. Can you tell them all the family about our friends at Audiovisual Consultations?
Absolutely. Let's talk about AV Consultations. I'm telling you guys, we're right here at the cusp of it. We talked to Tom last week, and he said that he had left maybe a few appointments. I don't know. I haven't talked to Tom today, but he may still have a couple of openings if you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you're looking for that home theater system, home stadium system, whatever, home speedway system, I call it, when it comes to racing. If you're looking for a plethora of TVs, I've got 3 TVs in my studio, and then we've got one that's mounted up on our brick fireplace downstairs. All of that courtesy of AV Consultations, avconsultations.com. Check out the gallery of projects right there, 512-255-8678. Tom's going to answer the phone. He'll come out, take a look. You may have your own ideas. Kind of same thing that I talk about with Mike McCall. You may have your own ideas. He's going to come out and tell you this is going to work a little bit better. But it doesn't just have to be sports. If you're into documentaries and movies, and you have movie nights and all of these different things, Sonos surround system, he'll get you hooked up there as well. 255-8678, avconsultations.com. Be sure and check out the website today. And I really like this brand new commercial that we have from AV Consultations. So let's take a listen to the football season AV Consultations.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for Audiovisual Consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Hey, there you go.
That's probably my favorite one.
That's a good one.
I mean, the baseball puns were pretty good, but just
the pitch please is the one that I've actually started using that outside of whatever. I'm like, pitch
when
please.
She adds the halftime show, just because it's just like it's all out of nowhere. It's just out of the blue, right?
Yeah.
It's just like it's something that she would do in her professional singing career. And stuff. Like add an ensemble or add like a a bridge here or a chorus here when she would write a song. Just her brilliance coming out.
Camilla could put on that. Camilla could be the halftime show. I think anywhere.
Pretty good. And I don't know. I had a really nice time. Well, we all did. We all got a really nice time to get a chance to meet her. Coming into adulthood in Costa Rica, man. Always known her as the kid, right? And now she's a young professional doing some good stuff up in Boston. Except for being the one bad thing about the kid is that she's a Boston fan. So yeah, it's starting to overtake her a little bit. So we got to bring her back to the roots. We got to get it Texas based again. Can't be like the Beantown crew, man. Can't be doing it.
I want to teach the kid some NASCAR. I'm gonna make the kid a NASCAR fan. I bet I could.
Hey, I mean, she's in a lot of things, man.
Yeah,
a lot of things. Hey, real quick, before we start talking again about Texas here, let's break down the opposition. All right, we've given our top 20, and now we've come to the coaches poll of the number 2 team in the nation, which just happens to be the team that we are playing this week, the Ohio State Buckeyes. All right, we've already mentioned their quarterback. Excuse me, Julian Sand takes over. Their wide receiver room is intact. They got some questions to fill with their backfield there with Juckins and Henderson leaving. Know that their defense is usually going to be able to fill out, the spaces that were left, by Sawyer and company there. Another Captain Jack will arise from somewhere, right? That's what Ohio State's used to, just putting numbers up and putting studs out there. No matter, if they're putting people into the NFL, they just find somebody to come up and fill in place. What happens with them in the Big Ten here? Well, let's take a look at their schedule here. They start out first week with Texas. And
loss. I'm confident. I am.
I was back and forth. I was straddling it for a while.
Very confident. Right? Yeah.
But now I'm after breaking it down and going through the numbers a little bit this week or this past weekend, I feel a lot better about Texas.
I really do.
And that's probably a lot. And you know me, you guys, I'm the pessimistic person, right?
Yeah.
Of the family here. Like, oh my God, it's doomsday. We're all gonna die. Like, that's me. Like, I'm not even the funkle. All right. I'm the drunk. I'm the drunkle. All right, I'm the one thinking the sky's falling down. All right,
I will tell you, Wags. So I'm going to check out Sark, with his media, with his game week. Trevor Goozby,
and we'll have audio and sound coming up this week too. Yeah,
Trevor Goozby is the key for me. If I would think that he's going to play, but if that left tackle is out, that's where I may kind of walk it back a little bit. But I'm still extremely confident. But anyway, that's just game 1 for them. So. These guys haven't won the Big Ten since 2020, and I don't think it really matters. So let's move forward.
All right. So Texas, they host Texas. I got this as a very tight, close loss, and it's good to get Ohio State early. That's all I'm going to say. All right. Yeah. I do think that Julian Sand will come into his own here.
I don't want to play him week 4.
We've compared that wide receiver room to like the Minnesota Vikings. They're not pros yet. I'm just saying, like, at that level, they're probably one of the most elite wide receiver rooms in college football and all of college football. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to see this. Okay.
Yeah.
I have them losing to Texas. All right. Then I have them beating Grambling the next week and then beating Ohio. All right. They're 2-1. They have a bye week. They get even stronger at Washington. They take a dub there. Minnesota, they host the next week. They win there again. And then they're at Illinois. Illinois is going to be tough. Okay. They can be tough this year. But it's going to be a win at Illinois. Then the next week they're at Wisconsin. That's a win there. Then they host Penn State.
Ooh.
Franklin's favorites go down. Ohio. Remember how I said it's tough to go undefeated, right? And somebody usually stumbles somewhere, some way. All right. Franklin's got the squad. He absolutely has the squad. But Ryan Day is going to pump the brakes a little bit here, and Ohio State will beat Penn State. All right. That's November 1st. Then they're at Purdue. All right. Excuse me. They beat Penn. Yeah, they beat Penn State again. Then they're at Purdue. They beat Purdue. They beat UCLA the next week. They beat Rutgers. And then they beat Michigan at the Big House. Ohio State is a one-loss team this year in best case scenario. And that one-loss team is Texas. Or that one loss comes from Texas.
I think that with the matchup this week of these two, with Texas and Ohio State, that they're both kind of in that same spot where the schedule you just went through right there. If Ohio State loses to Penn State or to Texas, that Penn State game is going to loom even larger where you need to win that one. Where at the same time, if Texas loses to Ohio State, the Georgia game. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So this, again, I'm very confident that both of these teams are going to be fine. I just think that Ohio State is going to be a little slower out of the block. And that goes back to the schedule where, thank goodness, this is week 1. And I've said that a couple of different times. And it's like, well, you're scared of Ohio State. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just glad that we're playing them in week 1 in the daytime.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Like, if you're going to get any type of stalwart or any type of blue blood, right? Like, don't you want them in week 1 before they figure this shit out, or before they get into midseason form?
Yeah,
right now. Again, I know the counterpoint is that you're going through the same struggles too, right? But again, I would bet on me more than I'm going to bet on my opposition, right? Like, I'm going to bet on me in any day of the week instead of somebody else.
Sure. And I think you can go back to last year where Texas got Michigan early. And again, Michigan didn't do what I think Ohio State's going to do this year with the balance of work. But what did Texas do? They got them early and exposed the shit out of them. They took advantage of
but that's like, to your point. I think this year's Ohio State team is in a much better place than last year's Michigan team, right? After winning a national championship.
For sure. Yes. I think that that last year it just kind of set the tone and just really.
That was a down year for Michigan.
Yeah. Okay. Speaking of Michigan, so did you see? I know we're not talking about Michigan, but it sounds like Bryce Underwood's going to be named the starting quarterback there. I thought it was going to be Mikey, whatever his name that we talked about, but hey, there we go. Not a lot of Michigan.
I thought we talked that Bryce Underwood might be the one getting the nod. I thought we said that he could, but
I thought it'd be kind of like it may take a few weeks. I thought Mikey Keene would start, the transfer. I thought it would be him, but it sounds like, I guess Sharon.
I thought we covered Underwood when we broke Michigan down. Did we not?
We mentioned him. We mentioned him that he was going to be. I think we said he was going to be kind of more situational type, starting out. But hey, whatever. Go with the true freshman. I mean, throw him out there. Let's find out what you're going to do.
Here we go.
Yeah, Ohio State's going to be fine. It's just going to take a little time.
Like I said, I'm glad we're getting Ohio State early. All right, because I think Ohio State, once the and the rapport might already be there. But I was going to say, once the rapport gets there with saying Tate and Smith, it could be that trifecta could be the damn near the Holy Trinity. Honestly, they could put up some big numbers or put up similar numbers from last year.
And I'm just saying right here that if you go like that, see what I did right there? I'm just saying.
I'm keeping tabs. That's 3 for you. You've done it 3 times in an hour.
That's dad jokes. But this dude rolls out against that defense, and as long as he's able to, you don't want anybody to get hurt. But as long as this is a great test for saying. I mean, you go out and if you're able to, and look, we may be wrong. Maybe this dude comes out and lights out, and maybe Arch is the one that's going to struggle. We don't know.
It's going to be a nightmare for saying if Texas does the right thing, and we'll break this down on defense. We'll break this down more on when we covered Texas on defense day. But if Texas gets the pressure up front in the middle, right, and doesn't allow him to step up, he's got nowhere to go. Like I think the pressure is going to be too crazy. We saw Simmons as a freshman last year. Okay, I'm at least double sack, like double-digit sacks for Simmons. Give me 11. Give me 11 to match the number for double sticks. I'm calling it right now. 11 sacks this year for double sticks.
Yeah. It
when you have that coming off the edge, right, and then you turn around, you look the other way, you're gonna run into Trey Moore.
I was going to say, I think Ethan Burke and Trey Moore are going to be massive on Saturday.
If Trey Moore gets tired, and here comes Ethan Burke, or I mean, wherever Trey Moore is going to go. Like, I think Trey Moore is playing basically like the impact player or the X player, but I mean, there's just so much talent on this defense, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, there can be some struggles with the second. I don't want any struggles, but there can be a little bit of struggles in the secondary, right? I think they'll be masked up. As a matter of fact, for the first couple of weeks, any vulnerabilities that we do have, I think the defensive line will be able to mask them up just a little bit to make them right, or at least to help PK kind of be, what, we got to tighten that up a little bit there. So again, I was not that big on this game probably a month ago, and then after breaking it down and going inside the numbers and looking at the rosters here a little bit more, I feel a lot stronger about Texas. I feel a lot more confident about Texas. I'm not going to call a double-digit win like we called against Michigan last year, but I am feeling at least 4-7 now instead of like a 1-3.
Yeah, I think that I've seen different spots where they're leaning the same direction that we are, and some folks are going just a little overboard in the sense that it will be a blowout, and I don't think it will. I mean, I've heard Texas by 10. Hey, look, man, if it is, dude,
in Ohio State, that's a little nuts.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, if that happens, I'm happier than a pig in shit.
The horse, that's a little nuts, man.
Yeah, I just don't. Can
you imagine the hype if that does happen? Can you imagine the hype after that with Arch? Oh, we told you! Oh my God, he's here! Christ, the second coming of Christ is on the football field. Here it is.
If this dude comes out and throws for 250 yards and 3 touchdowns and runs for 1, just give him the Heisman now, because it's over. It's over. I mean, don't. But I think he's going to struggle a little bit too.
I'm sure it's week 1 for everybody, man. Yeah. It's week 1 for everybody. People got to get on. People got to get on. Same time, same rhythm.
And the other point of that, Wags, is we talk about home field or whatever. That defense is going to get after Arch, but it just seems like Arch has a little bit more continuity. Again, the Trevor Goozby thing is a big thing, but I'm an offensive lineman.
That's
guy,
concerning.
So I'm a hammer on that.
That's concerning for sure. I'll be holding my breath a little bit for this.
Yeah.
When do we get Winspark going to speak on that?
I think that's 11. He'll have his availability, and I'm sure that we'll have all that sound, and you can follow Chip and the guys at Horns 24/7. Jordan, those guys will have that covered. But Emmett Mosley, I heard BK and them talking about Emmett Mosley. Will he play? I mean, that's I'm not so much worried about that. I'm curious to see who's going to put themselves as Arch's receiver. I mean, is it going to be Ryan Wingo? Is it going to be Deontay Moore? I mean, which I
think Wingo is going to be the established connection, right? He's the go-to. He's the default one, I'll say. But yeah, that's a good question. Like, who's going to emerge as the 2, or who's going to emerge as the home run hitter, right? Like, Wingo's going to be doing a lot of the Swiss Army. Like, a real quick early comp, right? Wingo to me, huh? How about Coach Dabo Sweeney? Huh?
There you go.
How about Deebo Samuel for a little comp there?
Yeah.
Remember when we kept calling, or I kept calling Deebo and Dabo,
Coach Dabo, Coach Debo,
Coach Debo, huh?
Yeah.
Coach Debo.
No,
but I can see right now, just from like the early work that I've seen of Wingo, he does remind me a little bit of a Samuel, like a Deebo Samuel. The way that he can do end arounds, he can carve up the defense, and he can work between the hashes and get vertical. Like, he can run every route in the tree, it seems. So he looks like a pretty nice tool to use.
And we'll get into it much deeper later in the week, but just kind of a little tease from me. I think that Jake Indries is going to be huge on Saturday. I just think that tight end, as pivotal as it has become a part of the Steve Sarkisian offense with last year with Gunner, I think that now with Indries coming in, an established tight end already. We haven't heard a lot about continuity between Arch and Jake Indries, but I just think that's a guy that's your security blanket that we talk about, Wags, where I don't think that I'm just saying is going to have that, where Arch will, to kind of get in the rhythm. But dude, we got a game in 5 days.
Yeah. Hey, I got the comments on. I'm seeing your all's comments. So Troy, to answer your question, I don't think anybody's counting out Julian Sand. When we turned, you must have just got here, because when we turned the show on, we actually led with saying basically having the best position or the best situation that a new quarterback could have coming into an experienced room that has Tayton and Smith in there. Probably arguably the best wide receiver room in college football. And I even compared them to the Minnesota Vikings, like a situation like Sam Darnold coming into last year, where he had Addison and Jefferson. So it's a very nice welcoming committee to have in that wide receiver room. So again, even Phil Steele says that with saying they can put up and produce the same type of numbers that they had last year. So I don't think anybody's counting them out, but to agree with a lot of the other people in the chat, he's going up against a defense and a pass rush that's pretty epic and elite, I would say. So When you got Colin Simmons coming off the edge, I think no matter who is stepping in, it doesn't matter. Like that's a ferocious pass rush, and you have to be, your head on the swivel, and you got to get the ball out early, or else it could end in a strip sack turnover, and take the crowd completely out of the horseshoe. That's kind of what we broke down, but I don't know. I wanted to catch you up in case you weren't here for the first part of the show. Great show today, man. Hey, football is back, baby. We did it. We made it. Congratulations. Congratulations to the family too. We did it, guys. Hey, we're not going to be talking about Astros and Orioles over the weekend.
Come on, man.
Even though they shellacked them, our Orioles took one though, right? We didn't get the broom. We didn't get the broom to our ass.
I got to tell you, man, I'm just, because it's a three game lead in the AL West right now, and I'm going to admit that I was wrong, because I thought when Seattle made the moves at the break, bringing in Suarez.
I was wrong too. I thought Cal Riley was going to slow down.
Dude, that guy's still going. The Big Dumper, man.
I can't believe he's going. What
kind of name is that? The Big Dumper. It's like. I think of taking a dump with that. I mean, hey, whatever. He likes that name. But Seattle, you bring in that power right there to kind of surge you past Houston, and you've taken steps backwards. That's where we talk about the AL West. It's like, but I would have never thought that we're sitting here on August 25th, and the three best records in Major League Baseball are Milwaukee, Detroit, and Toronto.
It's good for baseball, man.
I love it, man.
For baseball.
Oh,
I
dude.
watched Boston, New York. I never missed that series.
Hey, New York bounced back. They put it on them pretty good.
I can't. I don't think I can say that phrase, New York bounce back, right? With the lineup and the money that they spent on that team, they shouldn't have to bounce back, right? And I know it's a game of failure and nobody's perfect, but still, I mean, Dodgers. It should be with the money spent and the people on the rosters. It should be Dodgers, Yankees every year.
Yeah, I think. Over in the NL, I think the fact Zach Wheeler out for Philadelphia, I think that's daunting, dude. He's do you think that?
I had Philly too. I can't really call him a dark horse, right? But I mean, it's Dodgers and then who, right, from the National League. That's kind of how I see it. It was Philly to me, right? Philly had the studs. They had the arms too. Not so much anymore, man. We actually will aim to have Walsh on Wednesday, right? And see if he can break down a little bit of the Phillies too. But also, I just want to get a little bit of his parlay plays there too for our Sundays or our Saturday slate for the college game.
Yeah. 2 and 3 are good for Philadelphia, but I think Zach Wheeler.
But Wheeler's not just an ace for your team. Wheeler's one of the best aces in the league. So
no doubt about it. Take a look right here. Game week.
That's an ace right there. That's a stud. Jordan Studs, not Scruggs.
Nice.
What's up, brother? How was your weekend?
It was good. Made some money watching college football.
Dang.
Doesn't get better than that.
Were you betting on Hawaii? What were you doing? Were you chasing late betting on Hawaii, Stanford? What's going on there, brother?
No, the only game I bet on was Iowa State, K-State. And since we're in the state of Texas, and to be honest, I'm just too lazy to go through a VPN or anything like that. I'm just on Prize Picks, but I bet $29.25 and made $62.50.
There you go. So
that's about $32, in
the black, baby.
That's
what I'm saying.
That's money. That's ante up money.
Yeah, and I mean, shit, man, that was me bored in the morning when I woke up. Even though I went to bed at like 1 a.m. the night before, I now feel like such an adult that my body automatically wakes up before 8 a.m.
So instead of pulling the chips out of the bed, you know what I mean, and eating some chips when you just wake up, you got to pull the phone out and be like, man, it's week 0. I got to get it in real quick, man. We got to lay one down. We got to lay some bets in real quick. Let me call the cousin.
Brother, I don't know about eating chips in the morning.
I had a roommate in the Marine Corps that his name was Webb. I shit you not, dude. It was a rough morning. He looked right over. He rolled over, grabbed the bag. It wasn't chips. It was Funyuns. Grabbed the bag of Funyuns and just started crushing the Funyuns. And there were crumbs left, right? And it's the military, so you got to have a tidy room all the time. And usually we wouldn't make our bed. Like, we wouldn't undress our bed. We would just take a sleeping bag and sleep on our sleeping bag, because you'd have to like make the folds right every damn morning. So you would take, they're called they're straps to hold your socks up, but you would put one end of the strap on the other side of the bed, and then the other side so it would hold it tight, and you would never make your bed. You just sleep in a sleeping bag, right? So this jackass, he couldn't get enough. He couldn't just lick the bag. He had to dump the entire bag, and it goes all over the bed. And
Funyuns,
and they don't
like
just land in one spot. They land in a spot and they spread and go everywhere. You know what?
Yeah, when you crunch them, it's 3 times as many. Shout out to Antoine tuning in from Korea. Hopefully, you're not doing the sleeping bag strategy. That sounds horrible, and kind of for being in the military, kind of lazy. Man. You know, you don't want to fold your bed. I get it though. I don't even fold my bed.
You know, there's so much. You got to get up and at 5 a.m. every morning and brush your teeth. You look in the mirror and you say "fuck my life," and you go run out the pint of booze that you just chugged down the night before, man. And it just sucks. You don't want to get up and have to make a bed at 5 a.m. You know what I mean?
Do you guys, when you stay in a hotel, do you kind of
stay in a hotel? Marines, we don't stay in a hotel.
No, I mean like right now. Like if you're staying in a hotel, do you like kind of pull the comforter and the things back over to half-ass make the bed when you're staying?
Fuck them. They're getting paid the same no matter what. Like I'm not one of those people that is like leaving trash not in the trash can.
That's my guy right there. I just paid $217. You're gonna make my damn bed. You're gonna scrub my shit. No,
I make like so. The other day when I left Fort Worth, so I had a pile. I had a box of Busch Light that I had drank, so I kind of had the box there. I had my Taco Casa bag, and I had it stuffed nicely in there. My little spit can that I'd been, when I was doing my little pouch dipping or whatever, I had it kind of covered up where it wouldn't make a mess when they flip it. And I pulled the bed back a little bit and left it a little tidier for them. I didn't want them to think I'm a slob. And my wife has watched this when we travel, and she's like, "Bitch, you have never made the bed at home."
I know. You're setting your ass up for failure, man.
Man, yeah, no. At hotels, I'm not doing shit. They got to come and take all the sheets off anyways. I'm not going to make the bed just for them to rip it off. But what I was saying, though, woke up Saturday morning. It's 8.
What's up, Nick?
Sorry for the noise.
No, you're fine, man.
And I'm like, hey, let's get some game day in. They got game day today, don't they? They don't. It was college football live or scoreboard or whatever bullshit they were running. It wasn't game day. It stunk. So I'm bored trying to pass time. And so I just hop on Underdog and Prize Picks and start throwing some stuff together. And that was the $29 I turned to $62.
There it is.
Could have had like 200, but Rocco Becht pissing down his leg, only like 180 something yards, if that.
It was all the smoke. It was all the smoke. They kept saying it's the smoke.
The gods from Ireland was also pissing on the field too. So
yeah, I had no idea it was raining when I placed all those bets, or I would have done
torrential downpours, dude.
Yeah, hey, Nick, I didn't check the weather. It's week 0. I'm rusty.
It's week 0 for everybody, buddy. It's week 0 for everybody. Hey, Nick, anything out of camp on the injury for Blue? Not to put you on the spot, but
sounds like he's going to be fine. A low ankle sprain. He'll be good to go for week 1.
Right on.
Nice. Yep. Nice. I like Micah.
Deuce looking good too the other day or yesterday, huh?
Say that one more time.
Deuce looking good too yesterday.
Yeah, Deuce. I think he had a closer shot at making the roster than some maybe realize, but I think he's going to be left out. Just
that sucks. That sucks. Nick, I hope you'll expand on Micah laying on the medical table there. I'm like, here we go.
Just another chapter in this episode saga, whatever you want to call it. It's childish. It's
what you should have done? Should have pulled an AJ Brown and pulled up with some dumbass book from Amazon, and should have been reading that on the medical table.
Yeah, and that book becomes a New York Times bestseller in like 2 days.
No, seriously, what
the Art of the Deal? He should have been reading The Art of the Deal. That would have been incredible.
what these players need to do? They need to go meet with the publisher or whatever companies make the money off these books, the author, and say, hey, I want a third of the money or the third of the money from sales for the next 2 months, because I'm gonna whip this out on Sunday Night Football, and y'all are gonna become the number one, bestseller in the world.
Yeah.
Give me a third of it.
Yeah.
Just infinite money glitch, right?
Yeah.
So, but Art of the Deal would have been funny, or like Moneyball, and Jerry walks by and he like throws it at him or something.
or he's just reading the first page like LeBron.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right, man. I got to roll. Looking forward to all of y'all's talk today, brothers.
Yeah, y'all have a good show, man. We'll be paying attention.
Appreciate it. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook of Jordan Scruggs. That is Nick Harris. Going to kind of be bouncing around today. Some college football, some Dallas Cowboys football, and maybe some high school football.
Okay.
So, gonna hit on some of these comments first because, we can just start there. Kansas State, Iowa State, what were your thoughts?
I also wish I knew that it was a torrential downpour before, I hedged anything, if you will. But it was fascinating. I went to Cosm for the first time. The little,
right.
Little dome thing in Dallas, not the good kind. I think with I got GA tickets with our guy Colin Kennedy at the OU 24/7 site and our good friend Guy Frazier, and we wanted to get like dome seats for obvious reasons, but it was only like $40, and so we were like we could check that out. We ended up missing it. It got sold out just as we were like trying to buy the tickets. We were like, let's just grab GA. Let's we can look in the dome. We can see what it's about. Maybe come back for another game. It was cool. It was cool. It was all right. And the food was underwhelming. There's only like 8 options on the menu. That was the only part. No, it was super overpriced. So if you're gonna eat, I would probably eat before you go to Cosm if y'all haven't been yet. And then next time I go, I'm going to get a dome seat just to give it one last go around. But it was cool. It wasn't anything groundbreaking, but it was cool. But anyway, the game, Iowa State, Kansas State, I thought Kansas State would perform better. But again, the weather just really put a damper on a lot of things that happened in that game. With the fumbles, my goodness. I saw a stat in the first half that said Iowa State only lost 2 fumbles all year last year, and they lost 2 in the first half. So the ball was all over the place. Crazy to see. And then are we going to get into the Avery Johnson dad-brother fiasco? Because is that actually his brother? I know that's his dad, but is that actually his brother that they were fighting in the parking lot?
I guess. I don't know. I think they're half.
Well, they are half. We know that.
Oh, I mean, I didn't know that.
No, it was a race joke. Anyway, we saw Deuce Vaughn in Cosm. That was pretty cool. I didn't see Cooper Beebe. I expected him to be there, but got to check in with Deuce.
Okay, sorry. So let's talk about Cosm real quick.
Yeah, let's do
the GA part. You have to stand the whole time, and it's like those high-rise tables.
No, so there are high-rise tables, but you can sit at them. And if you're early enough in GA, you can get a decent view. And we had a okay view. Our view was like 5 out of 10. But like what would happen is like the staircase was like right in front of us to like go down into the dome. And so like every 5 minutes there'd be like a family of 4 who'd be coming down or coming up, and then you'd have to kind of like do one of these to see around them. And then there was this one like jackass who just stood right in front of us with his kid on his shoulders, just right in front of us, and we're like, dog, like move.
And it's like the GA is like overlooking the seating, and then there's the screen.
Correct. Yeah. Or you could sit like in the hall section where like it's just normal TVs and you can just see multiple things going on. But yeah, it was cool. I'd like to go back for a game that like I could sit in the dome and check it out. I think that'd be cool. But I'll give it one last go around. But the food, underwhelming. I'll say that.
How did they like operate the camera angles in the dome? Like switching them?
Yeah, it was interesting. So they had like one that was overlooking the entire field from like a broadcast angle almost, but you could see the whole field. And then they'd have one like behind the goalposts in each end zone, and they would kind of switch to them. It was I think they had probably like 5 or 6 angles. It was cool. But then also they had like the regular broadcast like in the corner, so that like at the very least, if you couldn't really see what was going on, you could look at the broadcast and you'd be fine. The coolest part, though, is that like even during commercial breaks, they still stayed there. So you saw what was going on in commercial breaks. So we saw like the Pop-Tarts mascot just getting rained on, doing one of these. But other than that, it was cool.
Hey, at least with that, you can see the commercial deal, how much time's left on it, so you can see you got time to hit the bathroom, or if you got to wait till next time.
That's true.
I will say, whoever came up with those, putting those at football games, just a great tool. A great tool, especially because sometimes, like, I've noticed at games, the person holding it on the sideline, they'll start the timer before he walks on the field. So, like, you can be like, oh, there's 4.5 minutes. Hell yeah, I'm going to go.
They don't do it. They don't do it at NFL games, and it drives me insane because I would like to know when I can go piss. Because typically, in context, AT&T Stadium has some of the best mac and cheese on the planet, and I like eating some of that mac and cheese, but that mac and cheese is not like sitting in my stomach very long. So typically about halfway through the first quarter, team drills are starting in the men's bathroom. So I got to get back and, make it happen. But I never know when the right time to do it is. I always miss the right time. So help us out. Help us out, Phil. I'm trying to get
news. Let's see if I can share my screen now, if this is still broken. It's still broken. Damn. Well, Nick, did you see the Arterial Morris news?
I did not.
Do you want to take which college, or a guess on which college he is signed with?
State of Texas?
No. I don't even know where this is, to be honest with you.
Wow. So how would I guess?
Bethune-Cookman.
Oh, interesting.
Is that Virginia?
That would be Virginia. No, Florida. I'm sorry. It's in Florida.
Yeah, I don't know. Sounds like something around that neck of the woods.
Interesting.
My stepsister went to William and Mary. I don't even know where that is.
That's Virginia.
But that's what I was thinking. It's somewhere around in there in that region, all them little schools. But Tara Morris, part of the 9 Lives Club. You're good enough at sports ball, athletic enough, you get 9 lives. So shout out to him. Hopefully he fixes on the court, off the court, whatever problems he has. All right, this Kansas State-Iowa State game. Fun fact, it is the 3rd year in a row the point total at the end has been the same. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, it was 45 total points because it was 24-21. That was the score at Georgia Tech, Florida State. And the year before, Notre Dame beat the hell out of whoever they played 42-3. Navy, yeah. So, fun fact there. What are your thoughts on these island games? Because, I think they're stupid. I hope Texas never plays in one. They talked about it on the broadcast. It can set you back for a few weeks, that jet lag, having to adjust, and also, you're going to Ireland, spending all that money, and it turns into a dog shit game where it's raining. People are slipping all over the place, fumbling all over the place. I'm not a fan.
Yeah. I also, you could start with preseason hype and then end up 1-11 like Florida State. I like it as a fan. As a fan, I love digesting it. I think it's cool. You were talking about the pubs pulling up the state flags last week. That's just cool stuff that you can have going on. I don't mind it, but obviously I'm not playing or coaching in it, so I can understand how it could probably be pretty taxing on those guys. TCU and North Carolina are playing out there next year. Our TCU writer at the Fort Worth Star Telegram is going to head out there, and that's actually one of the main storylines he's looking to track is how feasible or how practical, I guess, is this game, and does it make sense for college football moving forward? But they already have multiple games scheduled out there. I think through 2030. I know Wisconsin's playing out there at some point. Arizona State, I think Notre Dame and Navy are going back out there. So it's scheduled for the future. But there's a game in Germany next year, Michigan and Western Michigan. That's going to be fascinating for no reason at all. But man, I think it's cool for the fan. I don't know how it would be for the player and coach, though. I think that's an interesting point.
Yeah, I think they hate it, to be honest. Have you seen some of the memes being made for Michigan and Eastern Michigan or Western Michigan?
Western Michigan. No, I haven't.
So they're playing in Germany, right? Do you know the last name of the 5-star running back Michigan just landed?
Hyder. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's hilarious.
Not really. Hiter is his last name, Savion Hyder. So, Michigan, I guess their fans to deflect from getting off easy on the Stallions case. I've been making memes for pretty much since the kid committed about how they're going to be chanting Hyder in Germany next year. So, I don't know. In other news, this morning, the Texas Longhorns announced a big sponsorship deal with Human, a company I've never heard of that's Human with 2 N's at the end. And they do something in regards to heart health. Either they make medicine for it. I really don't know. I didn't pay attention to that part. The part you got to pay attention to is that these guys donated or paying so much money. That's going to be the sponsor on the field at DKR.
Oh, yeah. It was sponsors on the field starting this year?
Yeah.
Oh.
Now, I wish I could pull it up. I don't know why StreamYard doesn't let me do it. I'll talk to BK about that. But basically, like, last year and the years previous where the conference logos are on the field, like SEC.
Yeah.
It's going to be like that, where there's one on each side on, like, the 25. It goes from the 20 to the 30. It honestly is not that bad. It could be a lot worse. I've seen other schools that have worse sponsors, and the logos just look horrible. And, like, keep it at this. The day that we start seeing logos on jerseys that aren't a conference logo, a college logo, or, the apparel like the Nike logo, it's going to be ruined. I hate what the NBA does. I know it's just one, but eventually it's going to look like EuroLeague or soccer where they got all sorts of stuff, and I hate that. So, yeah. Did you watch any of the other games besides the one in Ireland?
I caught the end of Stanford, Hawaii. That was a banger. That was some good times. I saw a little bit of Idaho State UNLV because I thought Idaho State was maybe going to pull a shocker there in week 0.
Jesus Christ. Go ahead.
The biggest shocker of the weekend was Nicholls State just controlling Incarnate Word. And that was some FCS action, but we're starving over here, so we watch those kinds of things.
Yeah. Man. UNLV, the final score of that game, they won 38-31. Do you know how much they were favored by going in?
30.5. Yeah, that's yikes.
Dan Mullen and the team of Misfit Toys.
Yeah.
Nick, listen to some of these names that recorded stats in this game. Alex Orgy, the running back playing as a quarterback.
Yep.
Troy O'Meara.
Yep.
Varquise Gums.
Yeah.
JoJo Earl. Jake Pope, who I'm pretty sure is the kid that Kirby Smart called an idiot when he has never said anything of sort about like the 40 guys with driving charges. Justin Flo, we've covered that one extensively. Denver Harris. How about this one? I did not know this guy was even still playing football. Tunmise Adele.
Yeah, that one's wild. That
right. Chief Borders. You remember him?
I don't remember him, but what a name.
Way back in the day. He was one of those kids that was a top 100 ranked player. He debuted there, and he only went down after finishes a 3-star. And I'm almost positive his dad is like a handler, recruiting coordinator in Georgia that has a ton of kids. So
sort of top 100.
Yeah. Yep. So I don't know, just fascinating. Also, fun fact, I didn't watch this game. So, it is true. Western Kentucky beat Sam Houston State. Western Kentucky's quarterback, his dad played at Texas. Rick McIver. You probably have never heard of him. But
I didn't realize that his dad played at Texas, but I saw Maverick McIver at was it Tarleton last year or Abilene Christian? One of those two out there in Central West Texas.
He was at Tech at one point too. He's been in college for like 8 years.
He was at ACU. I think he was at ACU because I remember him in that Tech game last year, just balling out, and then ACU only loses by like 3 points, I think.
Yeah.
Can I address some hate in the comments really quick? Rodney Smith at 1021. He's saying, you tell us you eat digested crap mac and cheese all in the course of a football game? Yes, I do. I don't have a gallbladder, so it runs through me like a straw. Anything else you want to know about my digestive system, you put it in the chat.
All right. Wanted to ask you a question on McIver. His pops, Rick, old Texas quarterback, 3rd-round pick of the Arizona Cardinals or Phoenix Cardinals, whatever the hell they were back then. You want to guess which tiny West Texas town he's from?
Huh. Is it north or south of Lubbock?
South and further west.
Okay.
Somewhat close to the border.
Okay. I will go with border of Mexico or New Mexico?
Mexico.
Alpine.
No.
Marfa.
No. One more. He's not from any of those pussy boy towns.
What's wrong with those towns? Canutillo, I don't know. That's not a small town, but I'm just throwing one out.
Fort Stockton.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's why I said pussy boy towns. That's what Marfa is to Fort Stockton.
Mm.
Marfa's like the social media spot in West Texas now. Everyone going out to that Prada store. Like, there's like actors and people who own houses out there. Like Will Ferrell has a house out there.
Really?
Yeah, right? Yeah.
I'm sure he like saw it on TikTok one day. He's like, oh, let's just buy this house. And he gets there and he's like, it's like Hillary Clinton in that hotel. He's like, what the
Yeah. All right. We'll go through some more comments. Bevo Lance Jason, you got to hook me up with whatever hotel this is. Because I'm going to the game this year, Red River. And since I live, South Fort Worth, and I'll be drinking, I'm not driving, and I don't want to pay for an Uber across the Metroplex either. So plan is to find some hotel in and around there for Friday and Saturday nights. So, yeah, I guess holler at me with whatever hotel it is, and I'll try to get that one. Antoine said, why is Michael Terrier running back on the newest update? I don't know. I didn't even know that. I haven't played with Texas since the newest CFP 26 update, but I mean, that's pretty much the primary. But he played all over in high school, but that's what he had the most snaps at. That's probably what they're going off of. It is very interesting to me how they're coming up with some of these ratings for players because, like, EA is paying – Nick, I don't know if I told you this. EA is paying 3-step for access to all the data from Under Armour camps.
Wow.
Yeah.
Honestly, good on them.
Or at least they did last year. I know that.
Good on them.
So, but like there are kids who I've seen their data from Under Armour, and one runs faster than the other, but the slower kid has a faster speed and acceleration in the game. And it's like, where is this coming from? Because, like, you're out of your mind if you think Shark is just sending them the catapult data. And if you don't know what the catapult is, it's those black sports bras that they wear in practice to track their heart rate, how hard they're working, how exhausted they are, etc. But yeah. Oh boy, I didn't know about this. You know who's on the Eastern Michigan roster?
I do know who's on the Eastern Michigan roster.
The Chad's favorite player. Antoine with one. Someone brought up San Marvelous. He said, what happened with Ori Williams and UT? Texas missed on too many tackles recently and took interior guys. Yeah. Look, Williams was a huge project player. He's like an actual tackle, but he has been passed on the depth chart by players younger than him at LSU already. So, I mean, he's kind of always going to be like a 4 or 5 year player. He missed his entire either sophomore or junior year. And, I mean, yeah. So, originally from El Campo, though. Shout out to him. Shout out to the Rice Birds. Nick, I went on here to look on his profile to see if it's still on here. It still says he's Ruben Owens' cousin.
That's funny.
And he is not Ruben Owens' cousin. It was one of those deals like, oh, you're from El Campo? It's like,
yeah, that's my cousin.
Ruben Owens, my cousin. And Andrew Hattersley or someone was like, oh, let me add it to your profile. Not knowing. That's like half the Texas market thought Kearty Armstrong and Ty Anthony Smith were cousins, like the entire cycle. It's like, have y'all ever asked them how they're related? They're not, come on.
Same thing with Bryce Anderson and Jaden Blue. It was the same exact thing. Quick breaking news. Terry McLaurin has reached an agreement with the Commanders on a 3-year contract extension, and his holdout ends.
Is there a number?
$96 million. So he'll get 32 on average. That's wholly overpay.
Where's he at in terms of highest paid receivers in the league? Do you know?
J. Jeff is at 35, and then you have CD at 34. You might have a couple more in there. Oh, Jamar's at 40.25, I think. So, yeah.
You know, this is an interesting question. Give me your top 5 receivers in the league in order.
In order?
In order.
J. Jeff, Jamar. That's the easy part. I think I go CD.
Homer.
All right.
I'm playing. All right, go ahead.
Neighbors.
Wow.
I like Neighbors. And then I will go with
Gabe Davis.
I love me some Amon-Ra. I don't think he's top 5 though. God, you put me on the spot here, man.
There is a gap after him. I mean, there's really a gap after the top 2 and the top 3.
Nico Collins in the chat. I like Nico Collins. I think I like Amon-Ra a little more. Tyreek Hill's fallen off Jake Bayless, in my opinion. At least he's last year. You know what? I'll put Tyreek. I'm not just going to judge him off 1 year, because if you had asked me this time last year, I would have put Tyreek 2. So I'll put Tyreek 5.
I know Tyreek has always had like some off the field stuff, but like the longer his career has gone on, the closer he's getting to Antonio Brown territory. Like there's more shit every offseason where it's like, whoa, you know?
Yeah.
But no Xavier Worthy, no A.D. Mitchell, no Whittington,
no little Jordan Humphrey.
Damn. Can't have anything on this show. All right, yeah, I think Jake Bayless is speaking for all of us here on finding out Avery Johnson was not white.
I knew about this. This was like a storyline in his recruitment. It was like, did you know? It was like one of the funny trivia things in his recruitment.
I think I heard about it.
Hell of a basketball player, and everyone was like, how? Like, how the hell is this long-hair white kid a great basketball player? It's like, well, he's actually.
Yeah, I think I did hear about that, but it's very easy to forget that information. I love the jokes too. Like everyone's like, "Oh, this started because they were drinking," and the little brother told the dad he hasn't gotten better in the 3 years he's been there, which is, kind of funny and true. Antoine said, "Does LSU have the biggest in-state advantage and Hawaii the worst? All their top guys leave." I'd say LSU, yeah, they do. As far as the worst, yeah, probably Hawaii. No one wants to play there. They have. I mean, that whole stadium deal, they're getting a new one that'll be like in downtown Honolulu, but
that's going to be sick.
Yeah.
The one thing about Hawaii, though, is they can get those kids on a portal bounce back a lot easier. But yeah, I would say that's probably the worst.
Yeah. To be honest, Arkansas isn't great. Like, that state doesn't produce like a ton of kids that are actually good enough to play there. But, like, every now and then they'll have one random top 50 or top 100 player. And that guy almost always ends up at, like, A&M, Oklahoma, LSU, Mizzou. Used to be Bama back in the day.
Yeah, but I would still say that they have an in-state advantage because even with, like, I'm trying to think of, like, a kid off the top of my head. Even, like, a top 250 kid that, is battling between, like, Ole Miss and LSU – Arkansas can retain those kids more often than not. But, yeah, I will agree with you. Like, those top 50 to 100 kids, like when bags start getting involved, you start to see some of those kids leave the state.
So, the number one ranked player in Arkansas is going to Oklahoma State. They're dropping bags this cycle.
Oklahoma State?
Yeah, they actually have a sneaky good class for what they usually get. They figured out their money. The number 2 player, Evan Goodwin, is going to SMU. He's a number 168 overall prospect, 6'7", 325-pound tackle. Kind of has to play right tackle. He's like this is a very stupid way to describe him, and it's dumbed down to like the 10th degree. It's like a white Cam Williams. Just cannot play left tackle, and he's huge.
Yeah.
tested and measures a lot better than Cam Williams at this stage, though. The number 3 player is uncommitted. I have no idea what's up with him. The number 4 player in Arkansas is committed to OU, Ja'Cory Smith. I actually saw him play Melissa last year when Melissa played Parkway. The number 5 player, Anthony Kennedy Jr., D lineman, committed to Miami. The number 6 player committed to Arkansas. The number 7 player is committed to App State. I guess that's our scouting team just taking a shot there. The number 8 player, Matthew Nelson, is also committed to Oklahoma. Number 9 player committed to BYU, and number 10 to Arkansas, but he just moved in from California. So they have 2 of the top 10 kids in the state of Arkansas committed, and none in the top 5.
Interesting.
And like the reason I bring them up too, like there isn't a single kid in high school in the state of Arkansas that has any recollection, any memory of them being relevant. Like the best win that those kids have seen in their lifetime from Arkansas was when they beat Texas in Sark's first year, or when they beat Tennessee last year. Like there's no good memories there. And like that, I remember at Horns 24/7, like early on in the Sark era and even in the Herman era, it's like, hey, these kids getting recruited, they never saw Vince Young play. They never saw Colt McCoy play. All they saw was Garrett Gilbert and Case McCoy at best, and Shane Buechele. It's not very inspiring to make you want to put on the burnt orange, you know? So I'm sure that's part of Arkansas's problem, along with the fact that they are broke as hell compared to SMU, Mizzou, even LSU, you know, or any Texas school. They're just in a rough spot. But
some more news coming down from the NFL. The Eagles are waiving Kenyon Green. Yikes. They traded for him this offseason. A Atascocita / A&M great on the street.
Yeah, Texans got rid of him, after 1 year?
No, they had him for about 2 or 3. I think he was going into his contract year. So
he was always so boosted. You know who I think is like a slightly better version of him, but is also somewhat overrated?
Mekhi Becton.
No, Armaj Reed Adams.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I will give you that.
You know, went to Kansas originally, added to Soto. Here's a good one. I'm curious what your answer to this is. If someone Antoine's asking, is Matzo Rancho or Dirty Martin's a must when I attend the Vanderbilt game? If I had to pick one, I'm picking Dirty Martin's. Matzo Rancho's good. It's so overrated, in my opinion. Like, I will say it is good. I do enjoy it, but as much buzz, as much love as it gets, a little overrated, in my opinion, man. You know?
I've lived in Austin for 2 years in my past and probably spent numerous weekends in Austin when I've not been living there, and I have not been to either of these spots just because I don't like going to places that people go to. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to find me my little spots and stay at those. So,
all right, popular loner.
Yeah. You know what I like? I like going to the baby Acapulcos on Riverside where like you might run into a homeless guy in the parking lot, but you're going to have phenomenal enchiladas inside. That's where I like going to.
You act like normal people in Austin don't go to that either.
But it's you have to be from Austin to go to Baby A's. You're not if you're like, okay, I'm coming into town, I'm going to Matzo Rancho. That's what I'm more so mean. Like the Baby A's, I like Baby A's.
Tell you what, if you do go to Matzo Rancho, I don't know if it's still around the street, around the corner, because I haven't been there in a long time, but it used to be like this gourmet, like cake donut spot, Gordo's. Make these big ass donuts. It's kind of like like a crepe store or a crepe restaurant or shop or whatnot. It's like Nutella, banana, strawberries. They got like a donut with that on it. They got one with like other kind of stuff that goes. It's basically what you get in a crepe, except it's on a big donut. Really good though. They also serve like liquor and have their own bar in there too. Pretty cool spot. But if I had to pick between Matt's and Dirty Martin's, I'm going Dirty Martin's. If you don't know what Dirty Martin's is, it's like kind of a famous, almost hole-in-the-wall joint, kind of run down, not visually appealing really on the outside or inside, but that's kind of what makes it the spot. You ever had Dan's hamburgers?
Yes.
You know how it's just kind of that old-school greasy burger type deal? That's what Dirty Martin's is.
It's right off Quad, right? Like
Yeah.
Okay.
Right down there. I haven't been there since I don't know when. It's been a very long time.
The only place on Guad, like right through there, that you will ever find me at is that little hookah lounge, like right next to the In-N-Out. You'll see me on the patio there every once in a while, but other than that, I stay away from those treacheries.
Man, actually, now that I think about it, I don't know if Dirty's on Guad. I didn't go to UT. Never really have been. Spent time down there, but like, dude, I've lived here in Crowley since March, and I don't even know half the names of the streets in like a 0.5 mile radius of where I am. So might not be on Guad, but it's down there in Austin. Thoughts on the new Fansville commercials? I was not paying attention, to be honest. So
Me neither. I'll have to check back in with you next week, Jake.
Yeah. All right. What other stuff do we have here? Nike getting South Carolina and Rice to flip over from. I know South Carolina was Under Armour. I think Rice was Adidas.
Rice was Adidas. It was so funny because me and Colin and Guy Frazier were just talking about South Carolina, and Guy had mentioned that it's like, I hate that they're Under Armour. I wish they switched to Nike, and came down like almost immediately, like that afternoon. I was like, man, they were listening to us.
I like their Under Armour jerseys. Like, I know it's the same template that like Auburn had, or name whoever had, but I liked them a lot. I think like Under Armour fits them very well. Excited for Nike though. Like, I like Nike more than any brand, especially like for apparel for colleges, and big Beamer fan of Lenore Sellers' game, and
yeah,
I don't know, easy to root for. I think if you're unbiased and just trying to find some guys to root for in the SEC. What else do we have here? Beaver Lance Jason's deal. Arkansas looks tacky as fuck with Walmart plaster all over the place, per Jake Bayless.
Yeah. They got like a Tyson chicken nugget in the end zone,
Yeah. Okay, here's a great one. Antoine said, I saw Princeton Umami Allen is coming up. How many brothers are there? I know of 4.
Yeah, there's a lot. We got, let's see. We got Prince Will, Prince Lee, Princeton. Who was the oldest one?
I don't know. It's Prince something. I don't know what it is though.
They have a sister princess.
Really?
I would assume so. I don't know.
Jeez. The worst part about that too, like if they're all in the house doing something, they're like, they hear Prince and they're all like, until they hear the end of the name,
You think they just call him
like Prince, Ton,
Lee, Ton, Will. They
Prince,
that.
Will. Yeah. No, I don't know. But the oldest one played at Abilene Christian. I think he spent his whole career there. Second oldest is, did I always get him confused? The one who just got Princely?
Yeah.
He just got drafted from Ole Miss. Originally was a Texas commit. Started his career at Florida, transferred to Ole Miss, got drafted after 1 year. Where is he in the league?
Carolina.
Ugh.
And like his very first training camp practice, got in a fight with the entire offensive line because he hit Bryce Young. And then afterward was like, yeah, I'm going to hit the quarterback. I don't care. And then he had to make like a public apology. So he's had a great start out there.
Yeah, that is about exactly what I expected to hear. And for his actions throughout his recruitment and his college career, a lot of people did not want to recruit Prince Will. Who is a monster. I saw him play the first game of his senior year and was like, holy shit, this kid really doesn't have a committable offer anywhere and is the best player on the field versus LBJ, who had Seth Alexander, and Maynard had Quentin Joyner as a senior at that point too. But and then Prince Will went to Nebraska. Rule got the job like a week before signing day, and Prince Will was one of the first kids he saw. Ended up playing a ton at Nebraska as a freshman. And had a bit of a sophomore slump, I think. But he went in the portal and went to Ole Miss. So following in his brother's shoes. And then the youngest one, Princeton, just got offered by Ole Miss. And I saw 1 or 2 others. So all 4 of them going to play college football. Pretty impressive. 4 kids all going to college for free to play football. How about that? All right. Do you have any more thoughts here? Circling back.
It is childish. It is getting to a point. Jerry is trying to apply pressure in this situation, and I'm not sure it's going to work, but we will see. There was a picture that was posted by Micah Parsons' brother before the game on Friday night, And it was Jerry meeting Micah's mom in the Miller Lite Lounge, like on the field level of the stadium, where like they come out. And it was just hilarious. He had this big smile, and he was like, "Tell your son to get his shit together." But I'm so done with it. I'm so done with it.
Yep. If you had to place odds, what are the odds he pulls a Charles Haley and pisses on Jerry's desk?
Plus,
says, "This is how bad I want out of here."
He's not that dumb, but yeah.
Hypothetically, if he was to do that, do you think he gets traded?
No. Jerry's like, you know what? I respect that. Here's your contract.
How much do you want, son?
Can you put it in a bottle?
Jeez. Jake Bayless, do you think I can get into the shootout this year with a $100 handshake? Not a bad idea. The problem is it'll be sold out. So, like, you're going to have to fight someone at some point for your seat.
So, I probably shouldn't tell this story. 2019 LSU game. Paid a security guard $120 for him to just let me in.
Where were you? Student section?
No, I kind of had to bounce around because like I didn't have a seat, and there was not an open seat in that entire stadium. And so I kind of just had to like bounce around and sit in aisles and stand in aisles and all throughout the. I sat in the entire stadium that night, but I was there. I was in the building. So
man,
you gotta find a shady security guard to make it happen.
At Red River this year, my girl and I, our tickets were in the aisle. So, you know, I let her have the inner seat. I had the one that's right on the aisle. And like, so at some points of the game, so many people in a row were getting up. I was just standing in the aisle at times.
Yeah.
And the security guard is like, you can't block up the aisle. So you got to be careful in the Cotton Bowl trying that strat, just because there's not going to be really seats available there. Yeah. Unless you want to go fight some college kids in the student section and try to cosplay as a student. Wouldn't suggest it. What else do we have? Jordan, did you buy your Brian Robinson jersey yet? Nope. But man, it is going to be like so like, oh, this is cool and haha funny whenever him and Ricky Pearsall run out to Many Men by 50 Cent.
I didn't even think about that. That's hilarious.
Like it's, you know, it's coming. And all these Silicon Valley motherfuckers in the stands, you know, like, oh! You know, like I hate the 49ers fan base. The only people that can afford tickets are people that like golf clap at football games. You know what I mean? It sucks. And I'm pretty sure out of like any stadium in the NFL,
the NFL's outpriced the average fan.
Oh yeah. I mean, shit, college football's on the way there too, because they're throwing in student fees for NIL and rev share, other bullshit. But like, I'm pretty sure at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, like the amount of seats in like suites or boxes or whatnot, right? The amount there is a higher percentage of the total stadium seating than I think anywhere else in the NFL. Like, I mean, you've been to that stadium. Like, they have a humongous kind of wall of just boxes and suites and stuff on one of the sides.
It's unreal.
Yeah, shout out to Antoine. I know we've given him several shout outs, but thank you for your service. Sorry, I'm just catching up here. Yeah, hey, Drew Mestamaker. Sean Rutherford product, by the way. Shout out to Sean. He tried to put me onto him several times, and I was like, Sean, this kid, like, I can't do anything for him. He's not playing varsity. Like, and eventually they figured it out. Wiggled him into UNC.
Starting quarterback, baby. Go mean green.
Yeah, wiggled him into UNC on a walk-on spot, balled out. And I mean, I felt bad for him. Like, everyone in West Austin was excited for him, finally getting the chance his senior year. And then Deuce Adams is in the high school transfer portal. And it's like, all right, you know, my dad's a coach. You hire him, you get me. Pretty much what the Burton family did like the year or two prior with Caleb Burton at Del Valley. And, hey, but shout out Mestamaker. He's played more than Deuce Adams has thus far. And want to make it clear, I'm a big Deuce Adams fan. I think he'll be the guy after Miller Moss is done this year at Louisville because Pierce Fartson's gone. So, yeah.
Where did he end up? Like Ole Miss, right?
Fuck if I know.
I think he ended up at Ole Miss. He just continues to fall upward.
That's also like Lane Kiffin will take someone in the portal just for funsies. Like, he had no business taking Spencer Sanders, you know?
Yeah, that's fair.
Or Walker Howard.
He's at UCLA.
UCLA?
He's at UCLA.
Jeez. I mean, they probably – it's like Power 4 transfer QB funds are low after they had to get Nico, you know?
He was ranked as the number 133rd quarterback in the transfer portal this last year.
Jeez. All right, let's talk about this. This part's funny. CB said, did you see the Klubnik rumor going around Twitter last night? Yeah. Boy, do I love me some Twitter. Love me some message board geniuses. That's where it started, and then it took off like a wildfire. Someone posted on some Clemson site like, man, my cousin just called me and said Cade Klubnik got in a car wreck and he's going to miss a bunch of games. Got screenshotted, spread everywhere. And the funniest part, too, they spelled both his first and last name wrong.
Yeah.
It's his first name, Cade, which is spelled with a C, was spelled with a K. And his last name, Klubnik, which is Klubnik, was spelled Nick. And it became such a big rumor that Chris Hummer, one of our bosses, clearly called him. And it's like, hey, can you be the first to put something out that this is either true or incorrect? And he hit up Mrs. Klubnik, who are great people, by the way, Klubnik family, great young man, and Cade. And they confirmed no car wreck. We'll be good to go week 1. So how about that?
I don't envy Chris Hummer at all with situations like that.
Yeah. CBS does Texas use Matzo Rancho to recruit? They do at times. They host some transfers there. I remember, we had a funny kind of somewhat viral clip on the show talking about Amari Nyblack, who was at Matzo Rancho on his Texas portal visit. And we had already heard he committed. We heard that. So, yeah. And shout out to Will. He was who told me. He was at Matzo Rancho and texted me. So, yeah. Shout out to Will. What else do we have? Damn, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm behind on these. Yeah, man. I haven't had Dan's in a long time.
You know what I'm upset closed? And this might be something that no one went to. I don't know. Like, I didn't really have a good pulse on where people were going in Austin. The Varsity Pizza, like, right off of Duval and, like, on North Campus. Like, you take like Sand Jack out of past the stadium. You go all the way down. You pass the engineering building. You know that 7-Eleven on the other side of the street. You take a quick little right on Duval, and the Varsity Pizza was on your left. That place smacked. That place was incredible. Had a nice little lunch buffet that I would slide over to. But during COVID, it closed down, and I went back, and there's apartments there now. I'm like, what the hell? What the hell's going on, man? What's going on?
Awesome, man. Love the city still, but every time I'm back, I get disgusted.
I have dreams about Varsity Pizza. That was good times. I hope there's some people who know what I'm talking about. I think Ike is referring to the Varsity Pizza. I hope so. That was a great place, though, in my opinion. In my humble opinion.
Never heard of it. Jake, tell me more about this place. You talking about up here in my neck of the woods, South Fort Worth, Goldie's? So I will check that out. Was craving a burger the other night. But don't know any of the spots around here, so y'all let me know. Ended up going to Whataburger. Got me sweet and spicy, no onions. Talk to me. I didn't know this. CB said if Steve Patterson wasn't fired, Texas is going Under Armour. Thank God.
Jeez.
Under Armour is the worst. Beavalance Jason said, how is Under Armour so popular for a while, and I feel like they've taken a step back? Well, they did have Steph Curry, who was like the most marketable athlete in the world for a long time. Even before that, I feel like they were like some of the first to do certain things, like those Texas Tech uniforms, Maryland uniforms, like, when a lot of college football teams are getting away from Russell or Reebok or whatnot. At Lake Travis, I think, was either the very first or one of the first schools in the state of Texas to get sponsored by Under Armour.
Yeah.
And like, to the point, I'm pretty sure this is still the hookup till this day, but when I was at Lake Travis, Under Armour would send new jerseys with home and away every 2 years to Lake Travis, every 2 years. And they had a Shut deal, too, where they'd get like a crazy discount on Shut helmets. Then the Speed Flex came out, and parents just started buying their own kids' Speed Flex, and the Shut reps them like that. But Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That is a fascinating question. I've never been a huge fan of Under Armour, especially their shoes because they're so slim and I have a wide foot. So never liked those.
I don't know why that was funny to me. He was talking about Goldie's Barbecue. That's right. He spelled it differently. It was the number 3 barbecue joint on the Texas Monthly list. It's pretty solid. I've heard it's great. Actually, I haven't been myself. We need to hit that.
It's here in Fort Worth.
Yeah. I'm trying to see how far.
I went to the Terry Blacks here in Fort Worth. It was ass, like worse than Rudy's.
Damn.
Super dry. Had to wait in line like 30 minutes. Not a good experience. The sides stunk. Like, Blacks only does so many sides well, I feel like, even the Austin locations. That's a big part of barbecue for me. You know, I need white bread, extra moist brisket, and some sauce. Maybe a little bit of sausage. Usually don't get ribs, but if someone I'm with does, then I'll have a bite or two, you know.
Just a little bit of sausage.
Ha, ha, ha.
It's only about 20 minutes from you. It's in, like, South Kennedale.
In Baron Browning country, huh? All right. Gonna speed through these. Mike eating nachos. Where did he even get those from? Because they're like in the container, the stadium.
I think they were the Super Bowl nachos that like we always get at State once a year, or Adam Sandoval gets every single day.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think Michael was eating the Super Bowl nachos.
So I saw it. I'm like, where did he get these? Did he just walk into the concourse and then down like the entrance?
Probably. Knowing him, he probably did.
Yeah, you need a better angle next time. You didn't get the phone as good as Archer did. No comment?
No comment.
I thought you were frozen for a sec. You were moving.
Stroking out over here.
Yeah. $7 for a water at Jerry World. You got to support your Dallas Cowboys. Man, imagine this. In the 90s, you could get $5 Texas football tickets at HEB and Randall/Tom Thumb. What Texas should have done, instead of having human on the field, should have had an HEB logo.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
That would have been the best sponsor, in my opinion. HEB. I'd say Bucky's. I almost said Boosie's. Because those memes people do. But I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Bucky's is owned by an A&M alum, so they'd probably get that first before Texas would. Deuce's dad wasn't happy. Texas never offered. I mean, yeah, if you're like under 5'10 and play running back, you're not getting offered unless you're running like 10-5 like Landon Williams-Callis does. So that was also the Tom Herman staff. They didn't eval offense very well. They're great on defense, but horrific on offense most of the time. What other stuff do we have here? A lot of stuff closed during the pandemic, like Threadgill's Best Chicken Fried Steak in Austin.
Sounds great.
Never heard of it. Don't know about Big Daddy's, but I do know about Valentina's.
I forgot Valentina's closed down. Did they not reopen somewhere else, though?
I don't know. I don't live there anymore.
I think there was something about like they had like illegal workers working there or something. It was like some investigation happening at Valentina's. There was something going on there.
Damn. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. All right, I'll check out Goldie's Barbecue. It's got a Michelin star. Oh. What else? That is true on Under Armour. Rob. David Keith Williams said, I don't think Coach Sark and Coach Flood have interest in pursuing offensive line transfers. With the depth limitations Texas has, do you think there will be more focus on offensive line recruiting? Yes. The problem, I mean, I don't really think they have a problem recruiting the interior. They're just fine at center and guard going forward. They have depth there. They do need to figure out offensive tackles because they're taking too many kids that are tackle or guard tweeners that end up only being able to play guard in college. And you just cannot have that happen with the percentage that they've had that happen with. Like Connor Stroh, Chapman, I guess Nick Brooks, Jackson Christian to some degree, Jordan Coleman, already said Stroh. Peyton Kirkland left, but he would have been of that mold. Malik Agbo to some degree. Like those are all guys that were taken as tackle guard tweeners that can really only play guard, or at least they project better. Like Nick Brooks is playing tackle. I think he is a higher floor at guard and will be a better guard than tackle. And that I think was probably what he will end up playing in the NFL. unless he really, really, really puts it together over these next few years, which is possible. Chapman, they were working him at guard this entire time up until they had injuries happen at tackle, and now he has to play tackle. I mean, Brandon Baker, I've always thought was more of a guard than tackle, and he can only play right tackle too. So, like, they have to focus on O-line recruiting, more specifically offensive tackle recruiting. And also, like, they are going to pursue a transfer in the portal at left tackle. They have to. Not only do they have less depth next year, they have less talent. There's no Trevor Goozby anymore. So you got to either pay him to come back a ridiculous amount or pay the same ridiculous amount to someone from the portal and take your chance on someone that you don't know nearly as well as Goozby. So it'll be very interesting. What do we have here? Blue Mesa and Fort Worth. We'll check that out. Twisted Root or Kincaid's. Yeah, we were going to go to Kincaid's the other day, but girl didn't want to drive that far, so we went to Wada, which is right down the street. Stroking out the good kind of the bad kind. Oh, never mind. I'm dumb. Oh, here we go. They reopened down in Buda by Pink Van Financial Issues, and they have closed. This is about Valentina's, I believe. Jordan, come down here to the greater Houston area, and we won't let you down with any food you choose or love. Oh, yeah. Man, one of my favorite spots in the entire state. Nick is going to laugh at this. There's a glizzy spot in Katy, Texas. I hope it's still open because I didn't go there this spring. And they have beef hot dogs, by the way, Nick.
Nice.
But it's a hot dog joint called That's My Dog. And they got all sorts of these gourmet deluxe hot dogs.
Yeah.
The one I always get, I get 2 of these bad boys, and they're humongous. Like,
yeah.
You ever eat so much that you're walking out of the restaurant and it's like, damn, if someone got a thumbtack and poke me with it, I'd explode.
Just explode with glizzies.
That's what I feel like walking out of. That's my dog. The one I always get, big old glizzy, nice bun, like super soft bun. They got mac and cheese on there. They got brisket on there.
They have white cheddar mac and cheese.
They got whatever mac and cheese you want. They got multiple kinds. They got mac and cheese on there, brisket, bacon, some chives.
Yeah.
Phenomenal, man.
I'm not even making it to the first quarter.
Some barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
It's great. That's my dog in Katy. You got to check it out. I don't know if it's still open because I didn't go there last year, and I don't know how sustainable a place that really only sells hot dogs is, but that's the spot. And right next to it, the people who owned it had a soul food restaurant, literally that they shared a wall with. They owned both of them, and there was a door that they built in between, like a hotel.
Nice.
So yeah, shout out them. But I need to get down to Houston more. They got great food. In fact, probably better food than I feel like I've had up here in DFW. But anyways, we are going to get out of here. Everyone who tuned in today, appreciate you. Will and I will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central. And later today, Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream at 2 p.m. Up next, the Stampede with Vince Young, Mac Brown, and Bob Ballou previews the Texas-Ohio State game on this week's show. How about that? Finally here at Game Week. Feels great. Feels great to be back. We are so back. But anyways, everyone who tuned in today, appreciate you. Those on podcast platforms, appreciate you as well. You have a great rest of your Monday. And peace. Lone Star Playbook signing out.